What is up, guys? How's it going? Can you hear me okay? Okay, great. So today I actually am doing my second stream of all time, and I already have like 9 people here. That's awesome. Appreciate everybody that's stopping by. There were a few things I wanted to kind of shout out or talk about real quick before we get started doing the game development itself. So if you're just here and you're new, or you're chilling and you're hanging out with me, go ahead and just like drop a howdy or a smile or something into chat. Right now I'm kind of broadcasting on YouTube as well as Mixer and Twitch all at the same time. So if you like just say something into chat, I should be able to see all of it at once in one big chat box that's on my screen, and I should be able to like respond to everybody a little bit easier this time. Let's see what else. Oh yeah, so speaking of all those things that I'm on, if you want, please follow me on over here. You can see on the underneath me. There we go. Yeah, you can see like my website and stuff. So a lot of the code that I talk about or the projects I talk about will be on that website. And then I have like a Twitter where I post all this other stuff about games and such. In fact, actually, my Twitter is right here. I have it pulled up on this computer. And earlier today, I released a game for the PlayStation Vita, a 3D game. So if you like to keep up with weird stuff like that, or whenever I post about new live streams, I'll do that on Twitter as well. But yeah, speaking of the other sites, underneath the Twitter is YouTube and Twitch links and Mixer links. So Crate or the Crate, depending on the platform. And I'm still not sure which platform I want to dedicate the most amount of time to, so I'm simultaneously broadcasting on all of them. So it depends on who has the most kind of the most amount of engagement. Whichever one has the most amount of engagement, I'll stick to. But yeah, what else is there? Oh yeah, so I want to apologize too about the last stream. There were a lot of people that were kind of confused, and some people who were kind of bored, and it's kind of a weird issue that I'm having where I have a lot of people who are joining the stream who follow me on Twitter because I write a lot of tutorials for people who've never programmed it before, and they follow me because they're getting into game development. And then there's a lot of people who follow me because they've been programming for a while and they kind of like the projects that I work on. So, oh my gosh. Oh, sorry about that. A lot of people follow me because of whatever reason, and whenever they come to the stream, there's some people who were telling me one way or another what I can do to fix that. And so I don't want to talk too much. Let's see. I think the audio might be desyncing a little bit. I don't want to be too boring. I don't want to be also rushing through certain stuff. So if you need to tell me to slow down and explain something, I will. I want this to be a little bit more interactive than last time. And if you find something kind of boring, you can let me know that as well in the chat. And like I said, I should be able to see all the chats from these different places now together. Let's see. And so today, I guess we'll kind of talk about what we're doing. So I have a game called Circuit Dude, and originally it was for this little game system called the Artie Boy, and I'll just show you that real quick on Google Images or something. A little game system that's the size of a credit card. You really can't see it on the screen, but it's pretty tiny, and you can see people playing it. It's got a black and white screen, but the game that I made for it that I kind of like the most and have grown most attached to is called Circuit Dude. And if you're interested, you could play it on an emulator without owning an Artie Boy. But on the Artie Boy release that I posted on their forum here, you can actually kind of run through the game and play it to its entirety. I don't know if the music or sounds work too well, but it includes several levels. It's a puzzle game, and along with that, it has a level editor too. So my goal is to basically take this game and put it onto a Palm Pilot. But before we talk a little bit about that, I kind of want to explain this game a little bit better and how it works. So you're this little robot, and you're moving around this level, and you plug in these computer chips, and it's actually like a top-down puzzler, like a retro puzzle game. Whenever you plug all the chips in, the exit portal opens up, and you navigate to it, and then you win. So the levels get progressively harder as you go through. This is an example where if you accidentally do it in the incorrect order, you could lock yourself from being able to get to the exit point. So like any robot would do in a situation where their focus is to do something, they have a job or task and they're unable to do it, they would get really angry and explode, kind of like in cartoons. So so basically, whenever you beat this level, you go on to a little bit more complex one, but every so often you'll come across new mechanics. So it's not just walls and these sockets and chips, but other kind of mechanics like this conveyor belt. And so that's basically a rundown of this game. And we've been trying to port this to the Palm Pilot. I got the menu set up before the last stream, so I won't have to talk too much about like the main flow of the game. But last stream we tried to basically draw out or get some sort of map made with a two-dimensional array, and I'll show you what that looks like. But the system that it's running on, because it's so old, we have to rely on some old software for it too. So it's not super duper easy to find information or references to this kind of programming language called NS Basic. So we do run into a little bit of problems when trying to solve issues. It's a little bit hard. It's kind of an investigation or a mystery. But this is kind of what the Palm Pilot looks like. There's some colored ones. There's some black and white monochromatic ones, and you can see that they even maybe not because of the screen. Let's see. Yeah, you can see that they even made like a phone version. These were really popular back in the day, but the one we're focusing on is called the M500, and I have it here. It's an earlier one, but it's really high quality. Let's see if you can kind of see the screen. It's really high quality for the year it came out, which I think was 2000 and maybe 2000 and 2001, but it had a lot going for it at the time, and it was mostly used by people who had professional job duties. My stepfather had one for his job, and he used it to take inventory and use like an Excel spreadsheet app and stuff. And he ended up giving me one after a few years, and it was the first thing that I ever programmed on. So it kind of holds a special place in my heart. So I am gonna go ahead and kind of show you the current state of the game. But somebody did ask what the Vita game I made was called, and it's called Koger's Mountain. And it's actually a complete remake of a game jam game I did with some friends a few years ago. We ended up losing the source code for it, so I basically had to recreate it from scratch. I had another friend help me with the music, and somebody else that I met up with who was really good with art. She helped me do the shaders and materials for it, and it was completely made in Unity. And there's a process to port Unity games to the Vita. So if that's something that you're familiar with and you want to try to test out yourself, you could probably reach out to me, and I'll give you some pointers. But let's go ahead and talk a little bit more about the status of our Circuit Dude game, the port for the that's not what we want to do. Here we go. So like I said, the language that we're using is called NS Basic. It's kind of a weird flavor of BASIC that has some limitations with it. And I'll tell you about some of those limitations that I kind of ran across earlier. But just to play through what we currently have, I'll have to fire up a Palm OS emulator. Ooh, wow! There's people on Mixer. Thank you for the host. I really appreciate that. Wow, Jeff Schleg. Thank you so much, man. This is the second day I've ever been on Mixer, so I really appreciate that. Thank you. Hey Siegfried Cross. I appreciate you coming by, man. I really do. I liked your stream. Unfortunately, I had to take a shower and do some stuff, so I didn't get all of it. But I'm glad that there's other people streaming some weird niche retro stuff. Oh, the Mini-Me Discord. Yeah, thank you, man. Appreciate that. Yeah, I love his content so much. So if you just came within his raid, basically I'm taking an Arduboy game that I made in C++ and I'm converting it to a Palm Pilot device using NSBasic. I could just kind of real quick pull up what that looks like so you can see. An Arduboy is a little handheld Arduino-based game system, and it kind of looks like this. It's the size of a credit card almost, and black and white screen, 32 kilobytes of memory, very tiny. And the Palm Pilot we're going to be working on is the Palm M500, which looks like this. So not super crazy, not super flashy. No problem. I'll be back tomorrow, probably. Okay, hey, no worries. You know, if you're in Europe and it's 3 a.m. over there, totally understand, man. Last night I actually stayed up until like 4 a.m. reading into documents for this. They were super hard to come by. There's a lot of missing documents, and one of the things I talked about in the last stream, we actually came across some data that was wrong that was in their documentation too. So I feel like even when you end up finding something, you might find some incorrect documents too. And we'll probably find more of that stuff as well. Okay, so this is going to show you a few of the things that I did over the last night. This might be, let me close out of these. But basically we have this, the screen that pops up, it's like a credit screen. It's going to have my face on it and say like, hey, follow me on Twitter, you know, all that kind of stuff. And then it'll show you that it's for other systems like the Arduboy. I actually have had a lot of people ask me for like a Steam version. So it's on Steam right now for Mac OS and iOS, as well as Windows and Android too. So you can get it like everywhere. And in fact, there's a Switch port coming soon. So I ended up taking this tiny game and turning it into this big indie project that I worked on. And so I kind of want to advertise that as well. But this is the main menu, kind of like you saw the other one for the Arduboy. And when you play a game, you should be able to select the level and then play it and move around with these buttons, kind of like I showed you earlier. The other one was just the arrow keys on the keyboard. But this is a touchscreen device, so I want to support touchscreen, but these keys down at the bottom as well. Usually games on the Palm Pilot would use these keys as like the up and down and left and right. So we will be working with that as well, but it's super easy to work with. So yeah, that's the basic structure of where it is. There is a bug that causes that to reset. Let's go through that. These pop-ups, I'll tell you what these are in a minute because I did them last night. But the last stream that we worked with, this game, we created this map right here that's a representation of a level in memory, and then we draw it out with different tiles based on the data. But the data is like data that we have to type in manually, and of course we don't want that. We want to be able to take all this data from the Arduboy version and kind of convert it over for the Palm Pilot to be able to get a hold of. And the stream left off with me wondering, where is that data going to be stored? The Palm Pilot is a little bit different than something like the ArduBoy. They try to squeeze in as much stuff as they could. If you know anything about event-driven programming, they actually made this whole device event-driven. So the way you store global data, the way you store constant data, the way you store, functions and subroutines and stuff, they're all super weird and interesting, which kind of makes it fun to work with, but kind of hard at the same time. So I was trying to figure out what could we do to take this data and plop it into the Palm Pilot, and I ran across a program that I'll show you real quick called the DB editor. And what that is it's a program that lets you open up and modify database files for the Palm Pilot. And basically a database file is a separate file, a resource that's used by the Palm Pilot, and it holds all sorts of information. So you might have like a contact list, or you might have a record of high scores for a video game. In our case, we want to actually hold the levels in its own file. But that'll be useful later on because, like I said, there's a level editor. So we would want a database for those custom levels as well. We might actually be able to toss them into the same database file, but we'll probably get to that. Okay, so this example database that I have here is basically just full of like FFF, EEE, DDD, whatever, just random placeholder data. And I was able to get the game on startup in the after code, which this is basically the code that fires as soon as the game starts and is successfully opened up. In the after code, I was able to find the code I needed to take the database file that I just showed you and to open it up, copy it into the memory of the device, and then be able to read from it. And I have down here a loop, a while loop, that basically says while C is while C is over 0, while it's more than 0, meaning that the amount of records or rows is more than 0, then we'll loop through. And I have here that the C equals to db get no recs, which basically says get the number of records. So we have C being the value of 7, and then we're going to do a loop while C is more than 0, which is, it starts out with 7, so we're good. And every time we loop through, we're going to decrease C by 1. So you can kind of think of that as like how many rows do we have left to read? But here we have a line that says db read next, and it's kind of complicated to really nail down what this means because it's kind of finicky. But I was able to get it to work and read the next row in this loop, and basically take the data from it and put it into this variable. It looks like a 1, but it's actually an L. And I just kind of threw this code together at 4 a.m. So I didn't really name anything well, but basically I put a first and a second value here and here, and added them together, and then I display it in a message box. So whenever I start the program again, you actually see right here the first and second cell FFFF ASTF displayed, and then it'll go to the next one, EEEE today, or Toady, Poopy, Poppy, Hody, Howdy. So what we want to be able to do is take the level data and put it into these rows and then read through them. Whenever we want to look at like level 4, we'll just read level 4 and we'll take the data in here, and then with this code that we're using up here that we wrote last time, we'll use this code to be able to draw the data inside of this level data field column in the database. Okay, so to do that though, let's see. There's going to be something that we're going to need to do, and this will be the first, I guess, investigation we'll have on the stream, is we'll try to figure out the... actually, you know what? Before that, I want to talk a little bit about this example file that I found. And this might actually help us. So when I was looking around through the files for this, I found source code for sample files, sample projects. And this person wrote a, what is it, pattern? Wrote a project that it looks like this, and it'll draw a circle, and then it'll loop through different patterns being drawn in that circle. So let's go ahead and run this, and then I'll show you the code for it. So when I click this button, it draws a circle. Oh, that's weird. That does not look like it works properly. Why did that not work? See, this is one of the things that happens whenever you work with old tech too, is that it may just randomly stop working. And it might be a problem with Windows 10, you know, this being written for like Windows 98 or Windows XP or something. Or this might be a problem with the actual code within the project, and it's hard to tell sometimes. But I ran this yesterday, and there was no issues with it, so I don't know why that's not working. But I did make a backup, so let me see if I can open that one. Okay, there we go. This I think this is the copy that I made, so I'll go ahead and run this one as well. And it's not working. Very odd. Let's see if I can just reset the emulator. And I guess for those of you who don't really know what an emulator is, it's basically what it looks like. It's a way to run this Palm Pilot, the device itself, on the computer, and that's how we're able to kind of test out the game without necessarily putting it on the device. Earlier I had a big mistake where I accidentally wrote some code that was very dangerous for this system, and luckily the emulator just messed up and not necessarily my device, because it would have killed my Palm Pilot. Oh my gosh, 1 second. The camera keeps coming undone. Okay. That's a little finicky. I'm sorry, guys. Okay. I hope that stays. Okay, so let's, I guess, test this this program again. It's not working. Not sure why. I'll go ahead and try to delete this off. Oh, so earlier I was talking about the database file. So this file that we have here that we're going to be using in a minute is copied over from the program into the internal storage of the Palm Pilot. And if you're looking inside the memory, this is kind of where you can free up your space and delete database files or programs. You can actually see that it was exported properly as well. So you have the game and you have the levels database file. But I'm gonna delete this pattern file and try to re-upload it to the emulator to see if that works. And if it doesn't, then I'll just kind of skip this part. And it doesn't work. Perfect. So what it's supposed to do is draw a circle and then have different patterns appear. And you really can't do something like that with the BitBoy. I mean, I'm sorry, with just drawing bitmaps normally, where they just kind of are plopped over whatever else, because you're able to draw kind of like a portion of a bitmap because it doesn't go outside of the circle. So I was looking into trying to figure out how to do that, so that whenever you draw Circuit Dude over an obstacle from, you know, you can see like the obstacle behind Circuit Dude and being partially obstructed. But I think I actually carried over some of the code. So I'll just look into Circuit Dude and see what we can look at. Okay, so this is actually the line here, and I'll just try to draw it, and I'll explain the code in a second. But I hope this works as well. Oh no. The IDE is crashing. Okay, so if I just get out of that real quick. This happened last night whenever I had multiple instances of the IDE open. So it might just be fixed by me closing it. I'll go ahead and run this. Okay, there we go. It's compiling properly now. So the code that I was going to show you, oh my gosh. Guess I can't do it right now. All right, so on the emulator, we see that there's a pattern kind of drawn in this rectangle. And my code actually shows, let's see, in the after code where I draw it, after the form is loaded, after the window's shown, I go ahead and I draw this rectangle right here. And fill rectangle is the function for drawing a rectangle onto the screen, and then I can say basically the size of the pattern that's being drawn within this rectangle with these two numbers 8 by 8, because you can kind of see on the emulator that it's repeated every 8 pixels, and how big it is. So 100 by 100 pixels, and then 0, I don't know what 0 stands for, I forgot. And then this last one right here is NS custom. So we can actually say NSB gray, or we can say NSB black, I think, or solid, something like that. I know that gray is a pattern as well. And it's basically which pattern is being drawn onto the screen. And normally you would expect to be able to define what that pattern looks like in a newer programming language. But with this weird flavor of BASIC, they kind of hid a lot of really important system functions from the end user, and there's no clear way to do that. And so what we have to do is call system trap subroutine, which is a function that calls a lower level function for us, and then it'll return or do something that is kind of undefined. We don't really know what it is, it just does it. And the way you call it is by giving it a number, and there's a different number for each function. So I'm sure in somewhere there's a big switch statement, or maybe a virtual table somewhere that points to these different functions. But this specific function that I'm calling with systrap sub is taking this data right here, and it's putting it into some block of memory somewhere. And then that block of memory is grabbed for the NSB custom pattern. So basically we're defining a pattern that's going to be drawn to the screen with some random data, whatever data we want. And so this is the data that we're using right here. And this looks like kind of illegible. If you don't know a lot about programming, something like this might be a little bit difficult to understand. It's like random letters and numbers, and then a symbol in the front, like a $sign or an and sign or something. But what this actually is a way to write just kind of raw data and I'll show you kind of what that looks like. Let's see if I can write this out. Okay, so the first two letters, what these mean, the and H. The and is basically saying, hey, there's something special to the programming language, and then H is what is special about it. And so together, these are saying, hey, there's some hex data that we're looking at, hexadecimal data. And the following data is all hexadecimal. And the more common way to see something like this is actually, let's see, actually going to look like this. So if you are familiar with programming already, this is kind of the pattern to it. Am I doing that right? Yeah. So that's the general pattern to hexadecimal. And what I did was I just randomly was like, hey, what if I try to remove these zeros and x's and stuff, and then also try to remove the commas and see what happens. And actually it ended up working. And luckily for me, the format that I write circuit dude in C++, I compress all the data as I talked about yesterday, and even some of the graphical data I just convert it to raw image data, raw bitmap data. The inside of the circuit dude source code, you can actually find let's see, blocks, I think it's called. Yeah, you can actually see the raw bitmap data, the raw data for the images, and they look exactly the same format. So you can take something like this and convert it to that same format using the same thing. And let's do that real quick. Wait, is that right? I may have deleted. Okay, yeah, that's fine. All right, so yeah, take that. There we go. So that's kind of where that came from. And I'm gonna go ahead and throw that back in and run this, and the result should be a different picture that's drawn. If you look closely, actually the image that's drawn right now is Circuit Dude. Let's find the picture. So if we look at the screenshot right here of what a random level looks like, you can see this is him, and these little tiny ones are him but rotated. So one of the patterns I grabbed was that. And so I'm actually interested. I grabbed a random line of code to make this pattern. So I'm really curious which image is going to be drawn here. And so anyways, the reason why this can help us out and why it's so helpful is because we could take all the images, and instead of saving them as their own PNG files like I was doing yesterday, I could just copy and paste the code somewhere and then grab the data directly from that table and draw that specifically as a small pattern. Instead of it being 100 by 100 pixels wide and tall, I'll just make it 8 by 8 pixels, and I'll end up drawing a different one for each tile in the level. And I figure that's probably what the best way to draw the level itself is, underneath everything, and then draw Circuit Dude on top of that, because he's really the only object that is on top of the actual drawn level. So we'll figure something out eventually. We might even need to do some sort of custom blitting, but it looks like, yeah, it looks like this code is drawing these little circular arrow looking things. It's hard to tell, but you can actually see that the arrows being drawn there are the same ones that are over here. So whatever code it was I copied is that. And you know, I'm actually going to check, because up here I define what each one is. So this is 0, 1, 2, 3. So I'm going to look for the one that's defined as 0, 1, 2, 3 right here, rot B. So in my Arduboy code, rot B is the rotation button, which is what this does inside the game. It rotates certain pieces. We'll look at the mechanics of the game later on as it becomes more relevant. But for right now, we just know that we have a way to draw, and we have a way to pull basically large chunks of data and put them into a database. And so combining those things, we should be able to, by the end of it today, draw the rest of these levels and maybe have like a button to scroll through the levels even. You know what? That probably sounds more fun to do right now. Let's go ahead and do something like that. I'll make something like that real quick, just so that we have it'll make abstracting this code out a little bit easier later on, but that's more when we get into the modules of this program. So what I want to do for this next step is I want a button that can cycle through each one of these rows and display them on a click, or I could go backwards as well. And when I change the row that I'm looking at, I want to change some sort of data on the screen. I'll make a text box or something that changes value based off of this level data right here. And so we'll put it like right down here in this little area or something like that. Oh, clicked on something wrong by accident. Okay, so I haven't really shown this off too much yet, but in NS Basic, you can kind of drag over these on the far left side of the screen, right? Oh, wait, right here. All these things. These are tools that you can kind of drag and drop into the window and work with. So I'll make a button for going up and a button for going down as we scroll through this database. And for some reason they're called repeaters, but we'll just call them buttons. So this one is the down button. And label, we'll change the text that displays on it, of course, to down. And then this one, we'll call it the up button. And the label that's drawn on top of it is up. And so when you click up, it'll go up, down, it'll go down. And what we'll do after this is of course scroll through the database and put some actual level data in. And instead of drawing the text directly, we'll do some sort of special like algorithm to draw the maps based off of whatever's in the whatever's in the database at that record. So I'll bring in a text box too. I think this is, yeah, right here. This is just a text label. It's kind of empty. There's nothing in it except for text. So we'll call this the level value. And inside the label, we'll just put question mark, question mark, question mark for now, because as a placeholder. But another thing we're doing is making all these message boxes pop up whenever the level starts, or whenever the app starts, and those are really annoying. So I'm just gonna go ahead and turn those off. I really didn't show what they looked like in code much, but that's okay. I went ahead and did that last night at like 4 a.m. Where else? Okay, so we don't really need to loop through and show a message box for each one. Okay. Okay, so whenever you start this code, when you start this window, we want some sort of variable to keep track of, like a value to keep track of where we're at in the record list. So we'll just kind of, let's see, I wonder if this will work. They're kind of strict. Global Row, let's call it row, global row as integer, row, row equals 0. And then we'll also do global row value as string, row value equals to question mark, question mark, question mark. And what we do is go through the rows of this database and copy over the value and put it over here into row value, and then display row value into the label text right there. But just to test, I want to make sure this program can run, because where you define code at is really weird in SBasic, since it's purely event driven. All right, so it worked, which kind of scares me because I don't know where this code is technically living, where it's compiled to, but for this situation we're okay. And so we can see these up and down buttons are working. Well, they're clickable, but that doesn't necessarily mean they have any functionality to them yet. So let's go ahead and add right here. I double clicked on the up to pop up basically with this code that handles the functionality of when something's clicked. So I'll say row equals to row plus 1. Makes sense, right? And then down I'll do the same thing, except for row equals to row minus 1. Great. But what I'm also going to do is have another label here, and I'll just call this one row number. Oh, one word, row number, and label will be called, label will be the same thing. Maybe number sign. There we go. And so we'll be able to keep track of this as well. I actually am very curious what's going to happen if I try to like go outside the bounds of this record. I think it'll try to fail or maybe crash, but we'll see. So when we change row, we actually want to do two things: change the row number, which we just did, as well as update the row number label. So I'll go ahead and write row number. Is that what it's called? Row number dot text equals to str row, and which is basically, this is saying that the row number, the this field, this label, and then the text that's being displayed is changing to a converted number to a string. So we'll put that as well into the down. We'll run it again, make sure that the buttons are actually working and changing the row number label, and then we'll get into the reading itself. Sorry to be such a tease. I know that you guys were really interested in seeing the data before the row number change, but it's important because I think we actually might need to do something I've never done before, and this might help out a little bit. Okay, so I'm gonna go up. Ooh, oh man, that's bad. So it looks like whenever you click a button, it doesn't actually do a click. It does a push, and it's testing to see if it's pushed. So that means if I just hold down, it'll go up indefinitely, it seems. Okay, which is bad because if I hold down too long and I go outside of the bounds of the record, it could crash the program, and I don't necessarily want to do that. But you know what? I think we'll do this. We'll do a delay 0.2. What this code does is it basically will pause the system for a fraction of a second. So it won't think we're pushing the button too fast. Bit hacks. How's it going, man? I appreciate you showing up. And yeah, if you have a Palm Pilot, man, I would definitely send this over to people. Hopefully this will work on newer Palm Pilots as well as older ones. So it'll have like color and 2-bit graphics. But I hope it works on the older systems too. So I don't have a 3.0 system. I barely have a 5.0 system. So if you have something like that, I would definitely love a tester. Okay, so I'm going to click up and let's see what happens. Okay, not as crazy as last time. Yeah, TX, cool. I've got an M500 if you're just joining the stream. And I can't remember what the other one is. I think it's a tungsten. I'd have to dig it out of the box that I have in my closet. Let's actually increase the delay a little bit. It doesn't need to be so short. But okay, so now that we have the row numbers being changed, let's also look at the code for reading the different data. And just for the time being, I'm going to, oh, mouse, there we go. Just for the time being, I will kind of copy and paste some of this code. You know what? Actually, I might want to do this. I might just leave this here and simply make this database globally accessible, which is okay if you don't understand that. It just means I can access this database anywhere in the code. You know what? Windows CE is super cool. I have some Pocket PCs too, but this is only for Palm OS, which is very different than the Windows version of Pocket PCs. It can run pretty much nothing. Like it's very, very slow, very I mean at the time it was great, but Pocket PCs I've always felt like they had a lot more potential. They had color screens. They could run like Super Nintendo emulators back in the day. So cool, so cool. But yeah, I have an HP Jornada as well, which is like literally a laptop that's the size of like a small taco, and you can open it up and it runs Windows like CE like 3.1 kind of a mutant or something, like some weird version of it. Bit hacks, I really appreciate, man. I thank you for saying that. I actually have, if you're saying I have 13 followers, that means I've doubled since the last time I streamed. This is the second time I've ever streamed, so I don't really know what bits do. I just know that people can get them for having, like, I don't know, for getting their audience hyped. I don't know what it is beyond that. So I appreciate you saying that though. What program am I using? So for working with this Palm Pilot, I'm working with NS Basic, which is like a flavor of Basic that is designed for handheld systems. And the company that made it actually tried to integrate the best parts of other handheld systems all together to make it easy. But because there's so much inconsistency, it really just is watered down and isn't super great. But it's probably the easiest, most accessible Palm Pilot environment to get running. You basically just download this program. It comes with the emulator. You download the SDK, and that's it. And so that's the one I'm running because the C++ one wasn't working. So Katsuragi, am I saying that right? Pain in the butt to use at the time. Were they? I don't know. Pocket PCs were so cool to me. Okay. I got a little sidetracked, but let's go ahead and see if the global DB can be read now. So I set the DB up as a global. Down here, I do the whole reading and writing system the same way I did last time. And I'm going to take out the loop right here. Outside of this loop, I'm going to take this code, the message box code, as well as the reading code. But I'm also going to take out this this code right here, which is super important. It's for basically how we want, where we want the data to be stored and how we want it to be stored as. You don't really have to worry about that right now, but maybe it might come into, it might be handy later on. In fact, I'm hoping I could put that somewhere too. Can I put that here? I don't want it to be, okay. I think I need to rename, instead of DB under like lowercase, I think I need to go through and put this uppercase real quick. So if you just give me one moment. Yeah, one of the things about NS Basic, by the way, is it, just because it's so old, is that you really don't have a lot of the modern luxuries that you have in like Visual Studio Code or a Visual Studio Code or Visual Studio. Unfortunately, you just kind of have to manually type stuff. I guess the most modern thing is that you can select multiple lines of code and tab them together, but you can't do like multi-line selection and find and replace as easily. So it slows me down a tiny bit, but it gives me a moment to kind of reflect on my code and try to solve issues and catch stuff. Oh, great. I think this is going to work. Cool. So what I did was I basically took this data type that I made called called level, I think maybe, and made it also globally accessible, which is what I wanted to do, as well as a database. So I'll take out data from the database and basically put it in here, a level, which is a first string and a second string, and then I'll be able to individually reference them because the database has two fields, first and second. And the code for reading through these looks like this. So over here in the up and down functionality, what I'll do, I'll just paste it in real quick. And instead of doing a message box, I'll say, what is it called? Level value. I'll say level value dot text equals to L first. There we go. And L is, where is that at? Dim L as level. So I also have to make something like that. Oh, well, actually, let's call it this row, because it's a row in the records. Eventually, we'll want to actually keep track of how many times the player goes through this game and loses on a certain level, or how fast they're able to beat it. And so that stuff should be these other columns, but for right now, we'll just keep it random stuff like poopy. And I think this is, which one is up? Okay, this is up, I think. So we'll do next and up, read next, and then and down we'll say read, I think prev or previous, maybe prev. Yeah, read prev. Okay. This might give us an error for Nope, never mind. Looks like it works. Okay, cool. So we'll go through this database and see if we can kind of step through it and read these strings. Okay. All right. All right, looks like it's not working. Perfect. Ah, okay. So I have here db lowercase. So let me try uppercase. You know what? Actually, I don't think it says case sensitive. So I don't think that would matter. Huh. Actually, it looks like when I try to do up or down, it looks like it has some sort of error that it runs into. And because of that, row is kind of empty. And then row, whenever the first value in row is trying to be put into the label value text box area, it's putting nothing in there because it's messing up. What's up, Pipe Warp? Appreciate you stopping by, man. Thanks for coming. And Gray Fox Bez, thanks, man. Just wandered in here from the RG Handhelds Discord. Dude, thank you so much. I feel bad kind of spamming the place because some people are like, oh, another streamer, he's just gonna like play Fortnite or something, but like I don't know. I try to make sure that I'm at least some sort of like, I don't even know, like kind of relevant to the Discords that I spam a little bit. I know a lot of people are developers or programmers in there, and you know, if I saw something like this, I'd be interested in checking it out. So I just kind of keep that in mind. But I appreciate you checking it out, man. Thank you. So if you're just now joining, I know at least two of you guys are. The what we're doing is we're trying to step through this database file that I have and display the contents of it, like FFFF, EEEE, DDDD, all that. We want to display it in this like question mark area. But we're running into a little bit of an issue here because the database is not being read properly. And I'm not quite sure what the problem is with it. But yeah, let's see. Thanks, unique and interesting. You know, I really appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, what's up, Cramel D's? Who are you? Just kidding. So what progress has been made? I just said basically we're able to draw with strings, take the hex data, the raw hex data, draw them into rectangles, which is what you see right here in this big area. Which is useful for us because we can take the raw bitmap data from the Arduboy version and kind of copy and paste it into that string, and it should just magically work and be drawn. And we'll do that later, but what we want to do is go through this database file here and pull strings of level data, which is just filled with placeholder stuff right now, and display that in this kind of form where I can click up and down to scroll through the database, and then eventually take the level data and just throw it into this database. And then instead of drawing placeholder data for the levels, I should be able to draw the level data from the actual Circuit Dude game, and hopefully that'll start displaying the levels like I want. Poopy, yeah, of course. And numbers instead of text to see what happens. Okay, well, to talk a little bit, Pipe Warp, about the database, it actually has like column properties, and so you can set them to like string or integer or something. So if I try to read it as a different data type, it'll break. So I know it should be a string because it's set to string for now. Syntax transposition. I don't know what syntax transposition is. What is that? We can't hear you. Can you not hear me? Hello, hello, hello? If I look down here, there's a little bar at the very bottom that's like going with my voice. So I should be able to hear me. Or you should be able to hear me. Oh, okay, great. Okay. Okay, so let's look at the database real quick. One more time, the code for reading it. Appreciate that, guys. So to read the database, I set it as a global now. That might be actually what the issue is. Maybe the global database is for some reason being read allocated in each event. If you're just joining now, guys, I found out last night. I stayed up until like 4 a.m. reading documentation, but I found out that there's no official way to do loops in Palm. It's just all completely event driven. So it may limit the scope to each individual event, which I'm hoping it doesn't. But a way to test that is to see how many records are in this database itself as it appears in these different events. So this line of code will take the database, check the number of records, and then display it in a message box. So I'll go ahead and toss that in as well to these buttons to see what happens, and then I'll run that. Can you write in another language to output the code into Palm? Oh yeah, you know what? There is some stuff that you can do to like convert your code, kind of like code transliteration or something. Definitely able to do that, but I don't think that would be as quick as just writing it in their language. All right, so earlier the message box popped up. It said there's 6 records, as you can see in this list of records. And I'll go ahead and click up to see what happens. And it still says 6. So, what gives? 3? 6? What happened? Oh, yeah, that's weird. I don't know why it does all that. Does it think I pushed the button multiple times? Okay, let's see. Yeah. Are there any NS Basic pros here that know anything about database resources? Just kidding. I think I'm like the only person in the world who messes with this stuff right now. Probably in the last like 5 or 10 years. So the number of records are shown. And I can read the records. But for some reason, I can't put it in here to this text box. You know what? I'll try this. I'll just do a message box, the same as I did earlier, and see what happens if I put row.first in instead of trying to put them into the label. Okay, it doesn't want me to convert it. Man, you know, last time when I was streaming, I got to, I think, like 15 people simultaneously watching me at one time. That was awesome. I feel like I hadn't gone below like 10 viewers, and for that same thing to happen today, it's pretty awesome. There's at least 10 people watching right now. Okay, so here's the moment of truth. Let's see what happens. Nothing. Blank. 3, 6. I don't know why those pop up. Am I pushing multiple buttons at a time? 3, 6. I really don't know what that's from. Does the form get loaded again after the database is loaded? Like I mean, after the message box goes away, does it automatically reload the form? That's really stupid if it does. Let's see what happens. I'll put hi. I'll put hi. Just to test that. Stack Overflow. You know what? I appreciate that suggestion, but I don't think anybody on Stack Overflow has asked a question or answered a question about NS Basic in at least 45 years. So, okay, here's the hi message I did in the after code for after the form loads. And if I push up, hi pops back up, which means, I don't think this was in the documentation anywhere, that the form reloads after a message pops up and you dismiss it, which makes no sense. That's like restarting a program whenever you close out of an error pop-up in Windows. But I guess that's not a big deal if we move all of the level code to a module, which is basically like an abstraction away from the event stuff. I mean, I could see that causing some major issues, you know, with remembering the state of your game. But yeah, it's interesting to keep in mind. Okay, DB read next. Let's see what the resources have to say about that. Probably nothing. Yesterday or Thursday the reference section, the help section had nothing. And look at this. You know what? Look at this. 5, 6, and 7. This help reference window is missing the first 4 chapters, and maybe even more after 7. More than half of the chapters are missing completely from this help section. I don't know where to find them. I don't know what they're supposed to even be about, but it's missing them, which I wish I had the access to, because the search pops up with almost nothing about most of these functions. NS Basic in 2019, check to see if that is NS Basic for Palm Pilot, though, because they eventually developed a version for Android and iOS, which is completely different. But thank you for checking. That's funny that 2019 they had people asking that. Okay, so for database read next, that is going to take some parameters, the database, the key, and wait, database, key. Oh yeah, okay, database, and then key, and then var list. Key is 0. I don't know what that means. I don't know why that's like that. VB Basic, yeah. Yeah, many different versions of Basic exist, and some of them are very different. Man, okay, so I thought this would be pretty easy. There are some other ways to read from this database that I saw last night. Before looking those up, I'll pull up some of the documents I found last night. and maybe some of these will help. So let's check it out. Nope. That was the wrong link, I think. But I might as well keep it open. DB read. Okay, so this guy is talking about, I don't know who wrote this, but look, they're still incorporated in 2020. But this was last updated in 2008, which is way later than I thought it would be. So they're still supporting Palm stuff in 2008, which I was almost out of high school then. Full documentation on Amazon. You know, there's actually full documentation also for free. I think NS Basic may have released it for free, but I have where is it at? I have documentation here as well, and it's still very bad. Like Michael, like whoever this guy is, bless his heart, but it is very, very vague. Actually, I shouldn't be too hard on him because he kind of writes in the same style as me, but it's really hard to write for all the audiences whenever you have no idea that somebody's going to take, you know, try to make something for this system in 15 years after you wrote this book. But let's actually look through here and see what he says about DB read next. So he does a for loop right here and goes through the record as well and tries to read through. And he has an error code that he tries to grab. I guess we could look at that error code and see what the error is that's popping up. So dim ERR as integer, and then ERR equals to DB read next, and then we will show as a string that error. And it's nothing super helpful, it's just a number, but we'll have to manually search through this documentation for what that number might mean. I think here might be, I searched for like an hour last night to find where the error codes were, but I think this is it. So we'll be able to see what the exact error code translates to in human text, human words. Full documentation, third edition. What are you saying, that the same one that I have, or it's a different one than what I have? Oh, same one. Yeah, I don't know any other version of the documentation than the one I have. I don't even know if there's like a 2 or 4. Okay. 6 high. Wait, is high still appearing? Oh. Oh my gosh. What's happening? All right, well, something was wrong. Got to restart the emulator. Happens kind of often, actually. Okay, now then let's back up. Oh man, we're already over an hour in. I appreciate you guys still sticking with me. I hope that you find it kind of interesting like I do. Okay, let's see. So there's a 0. So remember, I had an error as an integer, and then the result of reading would be stored in that. And we have over here the results, the result codes, and 0 says operation successful. But then, oh, you know what? I wonder if the label's being erased. No, that can't be it. That can't be it. No, that can't be it. But why is the value not changing? Down. So 0 goes to 1. When I click up again, it should change to 2, right? Row equals row plus 1. Unless there's an error right here, and for some reason it's leaving the subroutine and it's popping out. But maybe I can just move that up to the top and maybe it will magically work. Let's do the same thing with this right here, the down button, just so I don't forget it later on. And I feel like an hour in, I haven't really accomplished anything. I just ran into like one brick wall after another last stream. I wonder if that's what's going to happen this time too. Okay, so up should... Okay. Nothing. It's not showing anything. And row is not increasing. So let's do the same thing where we message box for row as well. Let's see what happens. Oh my gosh. I accidentally clicked when it was transferring stuff and it caused it to crash. So I have to recompile. Okay. Let's try again. So I clicked I clicked up and row increased to 1. Okay. Which is what it should be. And then up again. When I click up again, it shouldn't take row. It shouldn't take row. It should take... Okay, row should be increased every time, unless for some reason this after code, I'm gonna just in case the after code is firing and for some reason calling everything inside that file, I'm gonna just remove it from this file and put it over here in this events code. Well, no, maybe not. Where would I put this? The before code. So whenever you load a window, you have a code for before the window loads, after the window loads, and then an event loop, which anytime event fires off, that event loop is called. So I'll go ahead and put this global stuff in the before loop, just to kind of get everything instantiated the way I want it to. This should work, but I wonder if the before code is also fired every single time a message box is dismissed. If it does, that's probably a bad sign. We'll have to figure out another way to read through this data. One, okay, 3, 6, 1. Oh my gosh, I'm being driven mad. See, I think the issue is that I'm setting row to 0. I'm setting row to 0. And I might be instantiating it multiple times, and because of that, erasing it. But even that doesn't make sense, because we should still be able to read data from this. You know what? There is luckily something we can look at. So there's existing samples that we can look at for reading database stuff. And that's not the right one. We'll just compile one of those, and I think we could even specify exactly which I'm blanking, which database we want to read from. So let's try to look up that database stuff. DB demo. Okay. Create DB, sequential walk, write record, read record. Huh. See, but this doesn't make sense either, because these wouldn't work if my theory is correct that all the code is reran after the message box is displayed. Oh, see, this is what he does in this example code. He actually goes through for the number of records. You're going to walk through and basically look at each and every single one. And you have filled key.text, which is exactly what we're doing with it with our filled. And he even does a message box too. But then he takes the data Okay. I'll go ahead and just remove the message box stuff. Let's see what happens. I mean, there's really no reason why row should only ever equal to 1. That doesn't make any sense. If I'm incrementing it, and I only set it in one location. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. I found the reason. This is so stupid. I think what the issue is that we have row with a capital R and row with a lowercase r. And so for some reason, it could imagine it thinking of this. where a row is 0, it's instantiated as 0. It gets added, and then down here we declare it again, which resets it. Tries to put something into it, but it's a number, but maybe it's a level. So let's try to change row to row number and see what happens. Same with the down button as well. Row number. Oh wait, not row number. Row. Let's just call it record. Let's call it record. Yeah, there we go. And let's try to run this. For some reason, I don't think it would get angry at you for instantiating 2 variables with the same name or similar names. Okay, this is the moment of truth. Hey, it works. That is so stupid. If you're on Twitch, clip that. Somebody clip that. That is, why did I spend 45 minutes trying to solve this issue whenever it was just an issue that the IDE should have warned me about? Like, the compiler should have complained. This is definitely not a feature of BASIC, is it? Am I crazy? Am I crazy? Okay, so we can see here in the example program that we're writing, no, not example program, the example like controls, that we are able to go up and down and read the level data as it appears inside of this field. We have A at the end. If I click down, it'll go to B. Yeah, and then C. So that works. And let's create a subroutine. Let's create a subroutine called draw map, and we'll take the draw map code that we have currently, put it into that subroutine, and then we'll call that subroutine from these up and down buttons with the data that we pull from the records. And that should take like 2 seconds, but who knows? This stuff is unbearably illogical or archaic, I guess you could say. So the code for drawing our level, we have current map, which is a two-dimensional array. I'll go ahead and move it with the other stuff that we'll keep in the before code. It'll be up here, but uninstantiated. We don't really need, let's see. Yeah, we don't really need that, do we? Wait, where is our drawing code? Oh, it's in the event. It's actually an event, which is great because that means it's already abstracted. So I'll just go ahead and get rid of that. And what should actually, you know what? No, I'll do this. I'll do this. In the after code, instead of making this cool border and stuff like I was doing earlier, I'll just set a random value to like 7, 8. I'll set this to 1. Yeah, this random tile on this map, I'm going to set to the value of 1, which should draw a random tile. I forgot what the pattern looks like, but we had 3 tiles last stream that we were using for example stuff. So we'll see what that looks like. Okay. Okay, so you see we have all these, and then that random tile I said 7, 8 is set to 1. So that's the pattern that we have. And I think these are all instantiated to 0 by default, which is fine, but our blank tile is with the value of 7. And that's the one that skipped in the event drawing section that we have. I'll actually pull that code up too. And I'll show you real quick, and then we'll actually take the data from the database and put it into that global map. Right here we have code to loop through the X and Y of the current map 2D array, and we'll just draw a bitmap for each one. And so if you joined me at the beginning of the stream, I was talking about the filling of a rectangle using the NSB custom pattern that I found out about. Eventually, we'll use that function instead of the draw bitmap. But for now, we'll just continue with draw bitmap because it doesn't make a big difference. But so it'll update every single time, every second, I think, or yeah, 10 times a second. So all we really need to do is change custom maps contents, and since it's just a 2D array of integers, let's just kind of see what happens if I say like current map row equals to 2. And what this will do is every time we increase the row, it'll change a value in current map. And when current map is changed, the event's firing through, and it'll redraw this map, and that'll just be a proof of concept that we're kind of looking at the right thing. My mouth is so freaking dry too. Oh my gosh. I almost killed the emulator. Uh-oh. Also, I wish there was a way to not recompile those images every single time. Okay, here's a moment of truth. Row is 0, 0 right now, so if I push up, it should change this tile, and then up again will change that one, and then we'll keep moving diagonally. Oh, that's right, okay. Row is equal to 0 right there, and arrays in basic start at 1 instead of 0, which is another thing we found out last stream. So I will change current map after incrementing row. It's a good reminder. Okay, moment of truth, one more time. Oh, do you see that, the corner? Boom. So this kind of proof of concept works in that we can update the map just anywhere we want, and it should be respected and be reflected whenever it's drawn. So we are reading the database, we have the record, we put it into a string, and essentially we could say, like, let's say that record.first was a 2D array for some reason. well then you should be able to say that what's it called? Current map equals to record.first, but it's not necessarily going to be like that because we're going to have to loop through. And last time I was talking about this, I was telling you guys that I actually compress all the data so that I can fit the levels into the Arduboy. And I have basically here an example level that's converted into some really ugly code or ugly data, but this expand map function actually takes that compressed data and expands it out to a I think 8 by 12 8 by 12 map, which is what we're also going to use in this version of CircuitDude as well. So I don't know if we should try to convert that over and then take this code. But I guess what we could do instead is, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this is basically a string representation of a level. And what we could do is block stuff off this way. I could have A, B, and C's. And then we'll take this code and put it into this. Yeah, that's the ticket. And I'll do a random one with a bunch of B's instead. Cool. And 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay, that should look different enough. And we'll take these random datas, we'll serialize them or go through them and shove them into the actual current map array. And the first way we can do that is by saying by looping through the current map, similar to how we drew it. So looky there. So if we loop through it, we can say that basically the value at x and y is anything we want. We can say 0, 1, 2. This would basically make the entire map be the same number because it's looping through every single tile. But we want to use this data, as I said. So we want to actually figure out what each letter is and put it into the appropriate spot. And I'll just use another variable, dimc, as integer. Sorry, someone's calling me. It'll start out with 0, and every time we draw something, we'll actually increase it. So C equals to C plus 1. And this will give us the index inside of the string to look at. So like the first, actually I'll do it with this. The first value, second value, third value, fourth value, fifth value, until we get through the entire map. Yeah, so we'll do that. And the way you would normally do this in like JavaScript or something is you would say current map equals to record.first, and then you would give it an index because it's a string is an array of characters, and so you would say C, But I need to actually look up what a substring or a let's see. Yeah, here we go. Let's see. We want. I don't know if we want a substring. We just want a character. We want one of the values inside of the string. So So mid actually takes like an actual substring, but we just want a single character. And I guess we can convert the string into a character, but yeah, just for testing purposes, I guess we can do this. We can say mid record dot first, and then the starting location, which will be C, and then the length is 1. So we'll be taking the one single character from this array somewhere throughout it, and then we'll convert this to a CHR, which is a single character. I think. Let's see if we can do that. CHR. Actually, you know what? I don't think we can do that. I think this is just for casting upwards towards letters. I don't think we can convert that to This might be time for us to use this other documentation I found the other day. String handling, lowercase, uppercase, proper case, left trim, truncate. I wonder if truncate returns the character that it truncates out. Let's check. Oh, that is for numbers. So I don't know why it's string handling. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. A lot of this documentation is just purely outdated or wrong. In str, let's see if this is querying an entire string or what. Searches a string starting at a position to find the string pattern. Okay. That is just a regex search. What does left do? Okay, that's a substring. I mean, those are nice substring functions, but we want ltrim. Maybe ltrim does what we want. I wonder if we could just do string comparisons too. So what I mean by that is have a switch case that looks at the return value of mid. And I don't even know if you in a basic switch. I wonder if you even have switches in. Okay, I don't think you even have switch cases in SBasic. So we'll have to use if-else statements, which are hairy. So if, where's that substring at? There we go. Dim tile as a string, tile equals to, all right, so this will find out the single character from the map. And then what we'll say is if tile equals to A, then else if tile equals to B, then else if tile equals to C, then and if. Okay. These are our cases. And dim result as integer. Okay. So if it's A, we'll just say result is 0. And result will be the tile that's stored in the current map. 1, 2, and there we go. I hope this works. It might. Let's see. And it compiles on the first try. That's good. It's always good. Okay. Let's see what happens. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Okay, let's... So these are the records that we have. And I'll just break this apart. I should have done that earlier. Okay, so this is the first level that we have in the string in that record. And B, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And then the C's are down here, both on the same row. Both on the same row. Now, I guess with this method, we really don't need to do some sort of, man. Yeah, with this, we don't really need to do some sort of crazy compression like we would in the Arty Boy. So I could literally just convert all the levels. I can decompress them and then convert them to a string and then put the strings into a CSV file and then convert the CSV file to this level data record database file and then load it up in this, and that would work as well. But I mean, look how slow that loads. Ooch. Oh, it died. Something happened. Oh no. Well, at least we know that it's working the first time it loads. What next? So it is getting about 9 o'clock, 9:20. I'm gonna go ahead and stream for another 40 minutes. So hopefully we get the maps from Circuit Dude displaying in some sense over here. They won't be drawn necessarily to match the levels of Circuit Dude, but they'll be drawn in some way. Maybe between streams, I'll go ahead and write a converter. But I'm going to be streaming again this coming Tuesday. So if you guys appreciated the stream or having fun, there was a lot of conversation earlier and interaction. I really appreciate that. So if you guys are enjoying the stream, come back on Tuesday to watch me work more on this. But yeah, so youtube.com/crate, twitch.tv/thecrate, and mixer.com/thecrate. So if you guys are watching from Mixer from that raid from earlier, really appreciate that. I'm trying to figure out which platform to target. So whoever has, I guess, the most engagement or more people find useful or whatever, the biggest audience basically, that's where I'm going to try to focus on. So just seeing people interact from those different sources are great. Okay. So for the next part, like I said, the database is working, but we got to fill it with actual data instead of placeholder data. I appreciate that, Katsuragi. I'm so bad at saying Japanese names, but Katsuragi, appreciate you telling me that to tag you in Discord whenever I post. Yeah, I think my stream schedule is going to be like Tuesday, Thursdays, and Sundays, or Tuesday, Thursday, Saturdays. And if I have like a date or something planned on Saturday, then maybe Sunday nights or maybe Friday night instead. But yeah, so those 3 days, and I'm hoping to get done with a project like every other week or something like that. I think this specific project isn't necessarily difficult because I've programmed Circuit Dude so many times. It's just that there's weird caveats with this programming language, and the tools that I'm using, the IDE that I'm using. So. Okay. Let's go ahead and look at you know what? I think what I need to do is make an array of strings that is the same graphics and use that to draw the bitmaps instead of the draw bitmap function, which I said I wanted to wait on a little bit, but it's so easy to do. I might as well do it right now so that whenever I get in real data, it's properly like visible and it looks like a real level. The only problem with this though is that in Circuit Dude, the levels or in the ArduBoy, the bitmaps are drawn vertically, but with the Palm Pilot, bitmaps are drawn horizontally, which is how you would expect to draw images, but apparently it's faster to do it vertically depending on the hardware. So I think what I want to do is go ahead and convert this over into NS Basic arrays, and we will use this for the bitmap stuff. So the first thing is to kind of get rid of all these commas at the end. We don't need that. And at the beginning, we'll go ahead and put, remember the format for this was, oh, I may have deleted it. Yeah, the format looks something like this. So we got to make sure we match this format, this drawing format, with these tiles. So we'll take all this and put and H, and you know what? Some of these don't line up properly, so I'm gonna go through and make sure they all do. and there's not that many of them, but if they don't line up properly, then this simple like selecting I'm doing to convert it isn't going to work properly. Okay. Okay. Does that look? Nope. I'm missing one. Am I? Am I missing one? Yep. Okay. They all look fine now. Okay, cool. Get rid of all this. I got it today. Oh, Tariq, you got your M5 stack today? That's cool, man. All right, and I'll erase all these commas. Okay, so in handheld basic, what we're gonna wanna do is, not handheld basic, in S basic, what we're gonna wanna do is say that all of these strings are going to be inside of an array of strings. And these are going to be used to drawn as the custom NSB custom pattern. So if you weren't around at the beginning of the stream to see that explained, you'll see a little bit more of it now, and I'll try to go through it as well. But basically, all those bitmaps are being converted into this format so they can be stored as a string. And in Circuit Dude, I'll probably just make a simple array and iterate through the array and custom define them that way. So let's do whatever. What would be the name for that? Tile. Wait, what did I call them in Circuit Dude? They're called blocks, maybe. Blocks. I'll call them blocks as well. Okay. Blocks, and then the index equals to that, and then I will say global blocks as string, and then I will give it an index. How many are there here? There are 33, and it starts at 0, minus this one, 32. 32. No, wait a minute. It doesn't. It's 33. Wait, no, 32. Yeah, 32. Okay. I was going crazy for a second. So what I would need to do whenever I convert this over or transport it over, basically it's listing out what each block is in this array of strings. And I'm going to find a website where I can just kind of copy paste lists of numbers. There we go. Perfect. This is exactly what I want right here. All the way down to 32. Ooh. This is productivity, I tell you what. Okay. There we go. Perfect. Just like magic. All right. So this is basically all the bitmap data for our blocks. The way I access them, or the way I remember the numbers for these, I actually have some notes in my code up here. I use these defines to remember. Rot B is like the rotation button. Tele2 is like a teleportation button. So let's go over here, and in the before code, where is that at? In the before code, I will paste that array in. Oh, that's not what I want. I want to do this. And now, whenever I'm drawing the level, I no longer need to rely on these bitmaps I made in Paint yesterday. These three. I'll just actually draw real Arduboy sprites. The method for that was a little convoluted, and I just need to replace it in this before code. But you know, if it works, it works. It might actually be faster. It might be slower. I'm not sure. But speed was never something of a strong suit for the Palm Pilot. Okay, so what I'm doing is I'm taking a special string and, oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I'm taking a string and I'm putting it into this NSB custom buffer, I guess you could call it. And then I'm filling a rectangle with that pattern from that buffer. I'll go ahead and write this. I'm going to be placing it at this offset. Oh, wait. X offset, that's right. X offset plus X times X. Yep, there we go. Y offset plus Y times 8. There we go. That's okay. And now, which block are we drawing though? Instead of just drawing this generic one that I have from this code that I wrote earlier, what we're going to want to do is we want to figure out where we're looking at on the map, which is with current map XY, and then we're going to want to get the correlated string from that, which is basically blocks, right? So blocks. So it's going to look something like that. We get the current map tile, and then we get the block that it's associated with that. And we should be able to draw it. But there is a little bit of a caveat. I'm going to go ahead and run this code. There is a caveat because the Arduboy was written with an index of 0 at mind. So the levels are all going to have one offset off. So I think I might need to subtract or add a number somewhere, but that can be done pretty trivially. So. Okay, let's look at the emulator and see what that looks like. So it looks like abort. Found illegal subscript of 0. Okay. Right, so this is what I said earlier about how I'm going to have to add or subtract 1. So I think that's what I'm going to have to do right here. Totally forgot that would actually make it crash. I just thought I'd worry about it later. Okay, let's test it again. Oh, look at that. It drew it. So it's definitely drawing using the correct tile set. Let me pull up Circuit Dude again. Yeah, so this is an example level. You can see this trapdoor tile is being drawn in the simulator right here. just looking at it, I can't remember what this specific tile is. I think it is the teleportation pad, and then this one might be circuit dude exploding. But I think using man, you know, we could actually make an example level using the information that I have from the original Arduboy version, where I look at what each value is. So the trapdoor closed, the closed trapdoor is equal to 0, and that's why this is drawing so many trapdoors, is because almost all of the custom level right here is full of A's, and those equal to 0 in our conversion code, which we should go back and look at right now. Where does that live? Is that in this button code? Yeah, so we do A equals to 0, B equals to 1, C. I wish that there was a way to convert this string easier into numbers, because if we could do that, we could copy over a lot of the values really, really quick and easy. I think we could do that in probably 30 minutes, 25 minutes. Yeah. Okay. I don't want to make a whole like if-else statement thing. I don't want to do all that. I think there's got to be a way to get the byte value, but let's see what I can do with this. Maybe I could just make the column instead of strings. I could just make this column be a list of like an array or something. Link a list. A list of what? No, I don't know. Looks too complicated. I'm not gonna mess with that. 8 list link note. I know a link is like a no, a link is like a URL is what they call it. But man, a string? That's probably the only array that I'm going to be able to get. Unless, and this would be super stupid, unless I actually have like 70 columns, one for each array. I mean, one for each tile that's displayed on the map. But that would be so annoying to have to set up. Okay, I'm gonna look to see if there's any casting or convert serial. Oh, here we go. Let's see what happens. It returns a string by converting the number. Okay, well that doesn't help. Val returns a text string to be converted to a float. Oh, dang it. That's not what we want. That might be what we want. That might be what we want. Because we could do val, and we could have like literally the maps could look like this. Instead of being just random letters, they could be like 0, 1, 0, 2, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 4, or 5. And then the next row could be like 20 or 34, 12, something like that. And then what it could do, instead of looking at each letter at a time, one single letter, it could go through 2 letters and convert this to a number. That would be 1. The next one would be 2, and then 1, and then eventually you'd have like 32, and then this could map with the index inside of the array after converting it to a number. But there's got to be another way to convert. There's got to be another way to convert. I know there's got to be. Like to take a byte from within a string. If we could get that, that's the optimal, I think. That's probably the optimal route. Let's see. Conversion. C byte. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. We're getting somewhere. This C byte might be what we want. We might be able to do a... Okay. No topics found. Man, these docs are completely useless sometimes. C byte. IntelliSense isn't picking it up either. Maybe it's actually not in this version. Well, actually it says, yeah, it says 8. Bits and bytes. And byte. Get bit byte? It's using the bits and bytes library. Ooh. Okay. I think bit and byte. So this bits and bytes array might actually help us get bit byte. Decimal to binary. Not integer. Num hex to decimal. That looks like it might help. I wonder how to use this library in here. Because then if we use that library, we might be able to take the string and then somehow, like, I don't even know, convert it to ASCII, and then convert the compressed level data to ASCII, and take the ASCII, put it into the records as a CSV file, and then inside the program, loop through that and use this library to look at the individual values inside of each basically tile in the level. Okay, let's add a how do you do that though? Oh, you know what? I think I know. And that's one thing I like about NS Basic. I think you can use I think you can just like straight up use the libraries globally anywhere without including anything except for the library file that you need. And then it's like automatically accessible with the namespace. So let's see if we can, you know what? Let's just test it. Let's just test it out. I'll add the module. Add an existing module. Oh, my bad, not a module, a resource. Existing resource. Bits and bytes lib right here. So we'll actually install this library and access it all like this. So if I wanted to use this function num hex to dec, I could just put a period after the name of it, I think. Let's see if this gets angry. Oh, you know what? You know what? I think I need to do something a little bit different. Create database from resource. I don't want to do that necessarily. Man, we're closing up on 10 p.m. really quickly, which is in 15 minutes. So hoping to at least get to a stopping point with this and be able to say that my theory is possible before ending the stream. See what this looks like. Operating system APIs. That's not what I want. I want to actually load the. You know what? I don't necessarily know the one that has the resource we need, the bits and bytes, but we'll find one that has at least some library. Okay, that doesn't even have the library. That doesn't either. Open project. Serial? Okay, that's not it. Man. I could have sworn that I've seen this somewhere, but the documents are so like either outdated or wrong, or they just become not helpful at some point. It takes much more time to search through them and possibly find nothing than just to experiment. And I certainly thought that you could see. Just look up resource and see what happens. Creating a database from a resource. We have the database fine. We just want the functionality that this bits and bytes lib has. Like I want access to that. I wonder if I have to type in that. Nope. Maybe I can Google it in a basic bits and bytes library. See what pops up. To use it, add the PRC to your project as a resource. It is a small file, about 7 kilobytes, and initialize it in your startup code as follows. Ah, I see. I have to actually instantiate it to in some way at the startup code. Startup code. Okay. What? I don't know what that is. Okay, BNB. That's what we'll call it, BNB. And now I should have access to BNB dot something like that. Let's see what happens. What kind of app am I making? I'm working on a porting over a game from Arduboy. The game looks like this. So you play as you're helping this robot complete these levels by plugging in computer chips into sockets. and it's a puzzle game because once you put down a chip, you can't step back over that spot. So on level 2, you see you can't reach the exit anymore. So you have to like blow yourself up to restart. So what we're doing with, for the people who are just joining, we're taking this Arduboy game, which the Arduboy looks something like this, a little Arduino-based game system, and we're moving it over to the Palm Pilot. So I'm working on a way to end up drawing the map a little bit to look more like it would in the game. So something like this. Right now we have it to where it basically draws some levels, but those, to store them, they look like just random letters and it's kind of ugly. So I'm going through and trying to use some sort of it's called the bits and bytes library to convert strings of data, compressed data, into data that the levels can use themselves. That the Palm Pilot can read itself and then display with the current functionality I have programmed in. Hope that answers your question. So today's actually the second stream for it, and you've missed quite a few hours of work. But I'm going to be streaming again on let's say Saturday, yeah, so Tuesday, and then again on Thursday. And so hopefully I get into the gameplay by Tuesday night or Thursday night. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. If you're interested in keeping track of it, man, please follow me on Twitch or YouTube or Mixer. I would really appreciate that. I just started. This is my second stream of all time, so I'm very new to all of this. So any following I gain throughout the next few days, it's just going to be more encouragement to keep working on it. Thank you. So I guess getting back to this bits and bytes library, I just figured out how to install it or how to load it on startup. It does properly understand that there are arguments and functions that are defined in the library, but IntelliSense doesn't look like it's going to help out whatsoever. So there's going to be a lot of guessing in here, I think, of how to do this. But luckily I have some really old documentation to try to base some of my code off of. You know, if it stopped working, it's probably the battery. I have on my Palm Pilot, my M500, the battery died like 10 years ago, but I recently bought an overpriced battery from Batteries Plus, and it ended up working fine. And the battery lasts like 7 or 8 days without even charging it. I think it went like 10 days at one point. So it's a really good battery. It was $40. I'm pretty sure you could, you know, if you're looking around a little bit, you can find a better priced one. But yeah, I love my Palm Pilots. Okay, so let's take a look. Yeah, yeah. All right, let's take a look at some of the functions that we can get with this. We can binary to decimal. Whoa. This is actually really good. This is really good because it could take a string representation of binary and convert it to decimal. This might be what we need. Let's continue looking through this library, see what we get. Decimal to binary, result is 1000. Convert a value in base 10 to base 2. Okay, don't want to convert it to binary. Decimal to hex. Oh, what if we can convert hex to something? That's right, hex to... Ah, this is what we need, dude. Oh my gosh. Hex to dec. Yeah. Man, so we already have... Wait a minute. So these are hexadecimal numbers that are converted to numbers. I could convert this pretty easily. I could make this work pretty well. Okay. So when loading the map from the file, from the string, the database, we will. This is perfect. We will say instead that result, instead of trying to do some sort of switch thing, we don't actually need to use result anymore. We'll just say that it's hex to dec of mid of a no tile. Tile is a string representation of what this tile is supposed to be. But if it's hexadecimal, it's going to be too long. So instead of +1, we'll do +2, and we'll start out at 1. So let's see. Man, I'm actually excited. This is going to work. Okay. So we go through letter by letter, converting it to decimal. Returns an integer, right? Yeah, an integer. And let's see, an integer. And what we need to do now is do a test level. So this is the test level that we have, and we've got to convert this over to hexadecimal. Number to hexadecimal, right? Decimal to hexadecimal. So let's do 255 just to make sure this converter works. FF digital convert. I want a list. I want to convert an entire list. That doesn't work. You know what? JavaScript hex to decimal. I know that there's a way to do it with this. No, decimal to hex. And I'll just write a quick script to do that. How to convert decimals. Oh, that's right. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. We'll open up the inspector in Google Chrome. And we'll take this list and say that this is level equals to that. So our goal, what we're doing right now is we're converting this list of decimal numbers, which is how the levels are stored in CircuitDude. And we'll go ahead and output it as hexadecimal, because it's saved as decimal. We want to go to hexadecimal, and when we get that, we could basically store it into this database and use the new functions that we just wrote to convert the hexadecimal to decimal. It sounds convoluted, like why are we going from one to another? But there's a reason for that. Oh, actually, this is the compressed level. This is the compressed level. We don't want to do that just yet. Or maybe we do. You know what? We can also uncompress it with JavaScript too. And this is going to be a little wild if you're not familiar with JavaScript, but No, it's level. Let's see. Let's see what happens. Okay, for var x equals to 0, x less than 70. So this code right here is actually directly from the Arduboy version of Circuit Dude. I'm just converting it to JavaScript code, and what it does is it hopefully decompresses. Hopefully, what it does is it decompresses the level here into a format that we would expect to see in the game. Property 0 of undefined. Cannot set property 0 of undefined. Yeah, that works. So what is... Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. All right. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. One more. Okay. So now everything should be in current map. Look at that. Decompress that level. So this is actually what a level looks like in Circuit Dude right here after it's been decompressed. So it's 15, 15, 15, 15, 15. Those are the walls, and then 7s are the floors. And you could see, oh, didn't mean to click that. You can see how the walls are kind of going around. This is what the first level looks like. It's just kind of a box. And so now that we have this, what do we want to do? We want to convert this to we want to convert this somehow. So current map, we want to make one singular string with hexadecimal values. Current map dot for each. That will go through every row and every column. Row current row dot for each. This will go through each tile. And let's see, output equals to okay, so we will actually go through this list and basically say that output equals to tile plus the tile. So this should just take all the numbers and push them together in one big string. Yeah, just like that. But that's not converted to hexadecimal. So that's exactly what we want to see. Exactly what we want to see. But let's convert it to hexadecimal now, which is described in the Stack Overflow. Totally forgot that you could do this. You could say toString base 16. Okay. So instead of down here, instead of saying output equals plus equals tile, we'll say tile dot toString 16. But that doesn't look right. That doesn't look right because it's not padded. Okay. Okay, let's do this. Let's say var, and when I say padded, this is what I mean. Like there's not like one, like a 0 is only going to be a 0. It's not going to be 0 0. A 1 is going to be 1. It's not going to be 0 1. And we want every single character to have, or tile to have 2 values with them. So we'll check that real quick. We'll say var out equals to the output we just made of the string conversion, except for we'll check the length of it now too. So if out.length is less than 1, less than 2, then we'll say that out equals to 0 plus out, and then output plus equals out. So doing that, now we see instead of having f, we have 0f, 0f, 0f. And this is in hexadecimal the same exact thing as this level in decimal. Man. Okay. So this is the way we're going to test this out to see if all that worked. We just did all that blind without having any way to double check any of it. We're going to be shoving that data into copy. Oh, there we go. I'm going to go ahead and just put them into all the fields. Just because I don't want anything to break or do some weird stuff. Wait, what? Is there an extra enter sign? Oh, it ends in F. Okay. Oh, sorry. This program's a bit old, so it's hard for me to tell if it's working right or not. Okay, save the database. I'll recompile it. It'll use that database. You like my diligence. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. And yeah, it's hard to make progress sometimes whenever you're going in blind or you don't have all the information. Like I keep hitting roadblock after roadblock. Earlier we had an issue for like 45 minutes where because of case insensitivity and because of shadowing, you could overwrite an earlier named variable. Like I had one called row with a capital R and one called row with a lowercase r, and I was overwriting one or the other at all times because to the compiler it's the same variable because they have, you know, case insensitivity. So actually I missed that error kind of saying that missing required levels of subscripting. I'll let's see. So it looks like yeah, I agree. This is yeah. When I found it out, I was like laughing, but I've wanted to work on my own compiler and language for some time. I have so many opinions. I'm very opinionated about that. So it's saying that I don't have the right number of subscripts, which I'm not quite sure makes sense to me because current map is used all over the place with 2. Am I forgetting something? Is it actually that line of code? Syntax error 105. Oh. Missing required levels of subscripting. Tile. Oh, I think I have another. See, this is exactly what I was talking about. I think I have another variable somewhere called tile. No, I don't. Never mind. I thought maybe I had an array somewhere called tile. If we can get this part to work, I think we'll call it a night because this is a lot of progress for a single day without basically knowing what we're doing. This is how I learned how to program as a kid. I was like just messing with stuff until it worked. 105 again. Oh, okay. Okay, so there was something a while back. Global level steps equals to 0. I don't know why I deleted. I deleted that because I didn't think I needed it. As integer level steps equals to 0. Okay, that should fix those errors, but those are completely unrelated. And now that this is compiling, it lets me know that maybe that line of code that I commented out right here isn't working. Basically, I want to take the text, take the tile, the two character tile as a string, and convert it to decimal. I think what happened, to be fairly honest, I think what happened was the IDE crashed, and it does that from time to time, which is another advantage of working with old software, if you could call it an advantage. Okay, let's get back in here and try to recompile this. Actually, it's saying it's the same issue. And it's saying that it takes convert a number in base 16. Oh, wait, what? Hex to dec. Yeah. Okay, convert a number in base 16 to base 10. Example. And they have here, they're converting a string, okay, to an integer, which is what I want. Oh, but look at this, by the way. Look at this. Dim C as string is basically defining C as a string, and then they use it, but C is capitalized right here, and C is not right here, and A is not capitalized, and A is capitalized, which makes me wonder why they do that. So I don't know what the subscript thing is, though. Usually subscript stuff would be about arrays, but I'm not really using any arrays right here. I'll replace tile with just 0f to see what happens. Missing required levels of subscripting. So it's not that. It's not. Is it? Oh, wait a minute. Maybe this returns an array of integers? No, that can't be right. Missing required levels of subscripting. And it's pointing at tile. I'm just going to put 0 for now. I mean, it should result in the same thing where we have only the trapdoors being drawn. Okay. Maybe... Dang it. That's annoying. What did the code look like? Hex to deck. I wonder if there's another one. Hex to... Nope. To deck. Into deck. What is going on? Everything is crashing, it looks like. Look at that. Oh my gosh. I feel like everything's gonna crash in a second. Man, if we're so close. If we can get this to work, I, in theory, could convert all the levels from Circuit Dude and draw them properly. Of course, the 1 or 2 tile might not look right, and then the tiles are all rotated 90 degrees. So if I can fix that tomorrow on Tuesday when I stream again, then we'll have it like 1 for 1 looking like the Ardu Boy, which would be super cool. Man. Oh my gosh. Is it crashing again, really? Okay, let me try to reload the emulator one more time, but while it's loading, I guess I'll look up required subscript in NSBasic. And you know what? I'll actually look up hex to deck, right? Is that what it's called? Okay. Compile it over, send it over, deploy it. It's a software that's unstable, not your hardware. Yeah, so actually this is completely emulated. My hardware is right here. I mean, I've done some development for the hardware, but I'm kind of waiting to make things safer. I mean, if I convert this over and deploy it to my Palm Pilot and then it bricks it, I'll be pretty upset because I've had it for like 15 years. And I mean, look at this. This is what's making me worried. It actually, if it keeps messing up, I'm not going to even be able to test it, even if I get it right. But yeah, so this is why I'm testing with an emulator instead of my actual hardware. It's because I don't want to ruin the hardware. But I mean, a little bit later on, like probably next week at some point, I should feel comfortable enough about, you know, putting it on the hardware. And I did test with like a hello world here and there, to make sure a lot of the little functions I needed were working. So that is, like, this game is portable. Like it will work. So the issues are definitely all software related. Okay, it seems like it worked right. Oh, it didn't. Oh, that's why it was dying. It's because it that error wasn't popping up on Windows. Okay. Current map. I wonder if hmm. I wonder if this is happening. Let's do this. Let's do, what is it? 0F? 0F. And let's do it this way. Just no reading of the database. Oh wait, that's still having the same issue as we had earlier. Gosh dang it. So the crash might be related to reading outside the boundaries of the string. But I think that's actually a safe function. Like if it goes out of bounds, it'll just return nothing, an empty string. And then I think this might be safe too. But it's looking for some sort of subscript for some reason. It wants there to be missing required levels of subscripting. I don't know what that means. I'm just gonna Google it. Missing required levels of subscripting. Missing required levels of subscripting. No results found. Like that's how archaic this stuff is. Like nothing is appearing whenever I look for issues and stuff. You know what? Let me just try another function. I mean, they have here this example. I'll comment this out and I'll use another function from the same library and see what it does. Current map x, y equals to. All right, if there's a subscripting issue, yeah, look at that. I think it's gotta be with the library itself. Bits and bytes lib, subscript, nothing required. Most of the arguments are required to be in integers. Integers for these calls are 32 bits. Calling routines to the libraries. It is important that you use the correct variable types. Of course. Tungsten E2. You know what? Actually, yeah, I think that's the one that I have. I was trying to remember the name of it earlier. Yeah, Sergeant Jimmy Russells. I appreciate that, man. Zatosaur, yeah, you know, the batteries dying is such a common occurrence. Unfortunately, like It just the battery technology back then was so bad. I remember like when you got a new device, you'd have to like charge it or deplete it all the way before using it for the first time. I don't know if that was like a myth or not, but nobody cares about it anymore nowadays. And I actually watched a video where people are like, yeah, the technology for batteries are so good now you don't have to. So that gives me hope that like future devices or devices we have now in the future don't die out as soon. Minus phones, of course, because iPhones die so fast. But like the Palm Pilots that I have, like are all dead. The luckily though the little Palm Pilot, the uh, little laptop I have, I forgot what it's called, handheld PC, I think they call them. Not the pocket PC, but handheld PCs. The battery is like it lasts for 2 hours, and I am super impressed that it does. Even though it gives me warning after warning, but yeah. Gotta give you some help if you're in a Discord. Oh man. Yeah. Dude, new Vita batteries and dude, if they have new Vita batteries, that'd be great. I think mine is in good shape. Like not as the best shape as it has been, but the PSP batteries are so common. Like if Vita batteries become as common, that would be a blessing. Okay, let's jump back in. So Jimmy, if you're just now joining us, man, what we're doing is we're trying to convert over. I don't know if you saw me working on this game the other day, but we're converting over this game called Circuit Dude that I made for the Arty Boy to the Palm Pilot, and you control a little robot and you move around. But these levels are the maps for them are stored and basically raw data. And so I've converted a lot of the raw data to a format that this database can understand that I have here. And this database is loaded by the game itself. And then it's supposed to go through the string for each row for the levels that are stored in here in this database. And basically take each tile, each pair of letters in that string, and put a tile onto into the map for each one. But the for some reason the library to convert hexadecimal to decimal integers is not working for some reason, and it seems to be the entire library actually. Now that I'm looking at some other functions from it, so I'll try this one as well. And instead of XOR, and if it says something about subscripting, yeah. You have Circuit Dude on Android? Oh, you know what? I think I remember you telling me about that on the Discord. Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you. Thank you for the support, man. Appreciate it. There's actually like a whole lot of people that are in Palm Pilot Discord, like just for the Palm Pilot, and they post there every day. Like they are really into it. Some of them are actually in the streams, and I'm streaming on all these three different platforms right now. So some of them are in all of them. So I don't know. You're on YouTube, so I don't know how many people are watching on YouTube specifically at the moment, but yeah. If I could get the this library to run, we should be able to draw Arty Boy levels as they appear, like this, something like this. It'll be, I don't think walls will draw properly, but everything else should be fine, and it's not drawing. So we have to think of maybe a different way of coming about this problem. You know what? What if I did this? What if I did this? What if the issue is What is this? What kind of error does this produce? Oh, 105. Okay. I was thinking maybe it got defined wrong or something. But this says all I need to do is load the library with this. Look, it says that there's a bits and bytes project, example project, but I didn't see that earlier because I was looking for that before I even loaded the project. Let's see. Bits. Oh, Windows sucks when it comes to searching projects. Let's look for bits and bytes. I don't think it's going to be in here. And I would hate to end I really would hate to end the stream here. I don't want to. I don't want to. Let's just see what other functions Hex has. Hex to decimal. That's it. Gosh. Windows 10 is trash. I like Windows 10, but I don't like a lot of the inconsistencies it has. I made a program actually to help me navigate stuff a little bit better. Kind of like Windows, what is it, Apple Spotlight. I could like type in like commands to run into command prompt, or I could type in like websites, google.com. I could do all sorts of stuff with this program. All-nighter. You know what? I'm willing to stay around until I can get the hexadecimal converted to decimal. I'm willing to do that. But this is something that should take like 3 minutes to do max to figure out, to learn. But there's so much weird stuff with this software that it's really hard to figure out the issues. But that said, it's really rewarding whenever I'm able to like go through it and accomplish something. What capture card do you have, by the way? All right, look, this is the kind of website you would see for people who are like trying to program for Palm Pilot. Like, this is, look how old this is, man. This is old as heck. And it's not in English either. It's in German, I think. Or Dutch. Yeah, I don't think it's that helpful though. Bits and bytes. The bits and bytes library bevet functies voor something. My camera quality is smooth? Me? Sergeant? Jimmy? I have a DSLR. It's a Nikon D5300. Hmm. Hmm. Dang. Man, I'm stumped with this because I can't search for the error. You know what? I'll go ahead and do. Um, I'll look through this document to see. This is the last one. I'll just look to see what they did to load a library and see if there's any caveats that he mentions. I have some documents, but the documents are kind of either like garbage or they're vague, and or they just don't exist. Okay. Okay, here we go. Wait, what am I doing? Why don't I just look up the bits and bytes library in this document? The hex to deck? Yeah, maybe it's in here. Cool, man. That's chill. You know, with the like the coronavirus and stuff that's going on, like I've been cooped up in my tiny apartment forever, and like I love to be around other people, especially when programming and like working on projects. And so like not having people to like talk to is like getting at me a little bit. So somebody suggested like, hey, you should watch people program on Twitch, and I was like, okay, let's, you know, that sounds cool. I watched a little bit and it was really fun and nice, but somebody else said, hey, if you ever stream, I'd hang out with you and watch you. I was like, oh, that's not a bad idea. So Matt, if he's listening, he was probably my major inspiration. Oh, okay, it looks like the hex to deck doesn't look like it appears, but the bits and bytes lib, let's look at that. See if that pops up, because the load library does, but looks like it's only 2 locations. 283. Okay, so he just basically mentions it, but he doesn't say anything about it. So let's go back to the load. What is it? The load library, and see if there's a caveat with loading libraries. In order to use shared libraries, we need to tell NSBasic to load them. For that, we'll use the load library in the startup code of our app to load the NSBS system lib shared library. Did start the IDE, didn't you? I told you that I'd give you a way to determine which application uses libraries and which. Look in the project startup code in IDE. The load library statement identifies the library that will be loading. The shortcut we'll use to call the library. This way we can refer to the library like this. Okay, so that's what we do rather than have to do that. Okay. Oh, actually, what if we can do this? What if we can do this instead of B and B? If this is just a shortcut? Okay, that didn't work. That was stupid. Okay, although this is a minor point, using the shorter library name improves the readability of the code. That's developer time and reduces risk of typographical errors. Just remember that if you add the optimal shortcut, you'll have to use a shortcut each time you use a library function. Since our app will only perform a single function, There's no need for global variables, so we can leave. Okay, that's fine, whatever. Mentioned several times, best to use flowchart or pseudocode in our app before writing an actual code. Yeah, this is just an excerpt, it looks like, for loading the library, but oh shoot. Okay, so this is I think what I need to do right here. Oh my, ooh. Okay. So I added this BNB, this bits and bytes, as a resource, but the resource type is set to database. Oh my gosh, a whole hour? One whole hour? And it needs to be set to library instead of database? Oh. Okay. Okay, I don't know if that's going to work or not. Yeah, maybe it doesn't. It's still having the same subscripting error. Dang it. Lib_r, maybe it needs to be capital. Lib_r. Okay, so what he's saying is that I should be able to do that. Doesn't fix the issue. Doesn't fix the issue. Man, I might have to end the stream right here. I have to do Duolingo before midnight. Huh. Can I use this anywhere else? Can I use this anywhere else? I don't like that. Let's see if I can just take this and use this function anywhere else in the program. And if I can, maybe it has to do with object variable with block variable not set. Does it not know about this? B and B? How does it work in this? Oh, wait, do I have to do that? Is that like some sort of object variable or with block variable not set? What variable? Man, I'm going crazy. Man, I appreciate you guys sticking with me throughout this entire thing. Just to mention again one more time that I'm very new to the streaming stuff. So if it's not super compelling, I'm sorry about that. But if you do find it really interesting or compelling, I have right here. Yeah, there we go. Here, my um, like my Facebook, not my Facebook, my website, my Twitter, but also my YouTube and Mixer and Twitch and stuff. So if you find it fascinating and interesting, please follow me and subscribe and stuff. I'd appreciate that. It lets me know that people are actually interested in this, and I'll continue doing it. But for now, I'm trying to figure out why this isn't working. Oh, okay. I'm glad I went through that advertisement, I guess, because I gotta convert this integer to a string. What? Okay, that works. Oh man, why did that work? For some reason, I'm not able to access the this library, and I need this library. I can't really continue working on circuitry without it. Otherwise, it's gonna take me at least an extra few hours to like convert the files over to some other format, and I don't necessarily want to do that. And it's a format that's not going to be able to be user friendly. Because remember, I'm going to be making a level editor too. And so the more friendly these levels are stored as, the more like easier I'll be able to go back and update them with the editor and stuff, and ensure that compatibility with existing custom levels from the BitBoy or ArduBoy version. Streaming setup is nice. It's just thank you. I appreciate that. I don't know what to say. I mean, it's just like an empty. There's nothing cool. There's no like weird lights or something in the background. I guess I do like graphic design and stuff from time to time, so I can like set up like the cool effects and stuff all by myself. But hmm. Okay. That crashed. Okay, we'll try one more time. We'll try one more time. Let's see if maybe one or two things we overlooked to get this to run. But what we need to do is load a library, use the function from it, and figure out why it's not working though. What is the function called? Load library? ns basic. I'll just type in load library and see what happens. Hmm. So it looks like this person is talking about. Oh, this is 2001. Holy cow. Yeah, it looks like they're using this load library instead of a main function. Main subroutine, but yeah, that's not what we want. I really want a milkshake. That's what I want. I think after this, I'm gonna go get a milkshake. Chocolate milk sounds super good too. Holy cow. Okay, I gotta incentivize myself to to work hard on this and to get this right. Oh, look at this. Oh, look at this. Wait a minute. Wait. Did you... Are you reading that? Look at this. Hold up. Look. The entire time I've been talking about this like outdated document and stuff and how all this code is so old and all the documents can't be found because they're so old. Look at this. Look at this. The document May 1st, 20,085. I guess the reason why all the documents are missing is because I'm so early working on the system, not because they're old. Dude, Polymars, dude, thank you so much for checking out my stream. Dude, I'm so excited that you're here. Thank you. I've looked at your stuff for so long. I love whenever like people can take their games and port them over to all sorts of systems. And yeah, like especially obscure stuff, but man, like taking like an Arduboy game and like putting it on Palm Pilot is like, these should never be ever uttered in the same sentence, pretty much. But yeah, I'm loving this kind of stuff. But unfortunately, the documents are all old, and it's really hard to find. I don't know when you joined the stream, but I've been trying to get this function, that really important function, from this library, and the library is not working. Like for some reason, the IDE doesn't want to use it. But I think I just found something actually from this futuristic library tech note thing about NS Basic. I can use the load library and then the file name, but the ref name is an optional variable to pass in. So I think what I can do is actually not even include it and try to access the function I need from the library name itself, which I saw people use earlier, but it didn't ever work for me. I tried it. So, oh shoot, I didn't mean to click that. I actually really want to do a Vita port, but I feel like the Vita port would be so easy for me to do and like not interesting at all. Well, okay, it would be a little bit interesting, but I feel like I would blaze through it so fast. It would just be a lot of copy paste code. I wanted to like really work on something that had a few days worth of work put into it, so that if people stuck with my stream, I would know that people would be down for like multi-day streams instead of like small segmented ones. But okay, let's try doing this again. Let's see what happens. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. There we go. So instead of BNB, which was the reference name, I'll just replace it with the full library name. Oh, and it still has the same issue. Yeah, Deco. So this is actually, so what I'm doing right now with Circuit Dude is I'm trying to take the, oh, there we go. I'm trying to basically draw the maps from the levels so that you can move around them and stuff. But the issue is that they're all saved in like a compressed format. So I went through, uncompressed them, and they're in like from a binary compressed format to a hexadecimal format, and then I removed some of the stuff that made it look nice, and I put it into a string inside of this database that the Palm Pilot will use, and then it's supposed to pull that string out at runtime and then parse it and convert each character pair into a decimal using this hex to dec, and then it would put that into the current map, and then the current map would be displayed every time it loops, and then it would draw the map like it would in the Artie Boy version of the game. But unfortunately, I can't access anything inside of this library. Like, any library, it seems, actually. I really am not sure why. Everything I've seen has told me that this should work, but it's telling me that there's some subscripting issue. And the subscripting issue, it says, is on tile, but if I put in just a literal, it'll still say the same issue. Missing required levels of subscripting, which tells me it has to do with like arrays or something, but maybe something else. And if I like quote search that on Google, it'll say that there's 0 results found, which blows my mind. Like, usually you can type in error codes and you get a lot of cool stuff, but nothing helpful today. Oh, Triforce, dude, thank you for showing up, man. Dude, thank you. That's awesome, dude. I'm kind of glad that I stayed a little bit later than I normally would. My streams are gonna be on Sundays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays. So if you're interested in following along on where's that? Right here, right there, underneath me is like my YouTube and Twitch and Mixer. I'm not sure which one I want to use, but it depends on who gets the biggest audience or something, or biggest following. I'll just focus on that one. But for now, I'm simultaneously casting to all 3 and seeing what happens. So you might hear me talk to somebody who's like not in your chat, but I can assure you that I see everybody's chat that comes through. Google search has gotten worse. Well, there's some tricks you can use with Google to find specifics, but unfortunately, whenever things get like, I would say maybe Google has gotten better at updating their stuff way quicker, and so it's hard to find outdated stuff that's been taken down, to find like the cached version of it or something. I'm really surprised that NS Basic even has this stuff online, which is kind of helpful, but like I said, it doesn't really go through all the stuff I need because it's obviously not working. So it looks like once the library has been loaded, you can access the functions and subroutines within the library using the short name, if you provided one, or the long name without the INF, as follows. I wonder if this is actually a subroutine. Oh my gosh. That's got to be what this is. I've been pulling my hair out for over an hour. Okay. So if you haven't been watching me stream, I know that there's like 4 or 5 people who showed up just recently. Check this out. So in Basic, this flavor of Basic, I should say, you could type in a function, or not a function, I'm sorry, an array, and say dim a4 as integer. This will make an array length 4. And in Basic, instead of using the brackets for arrays, for whatever reason they decided to use parentheses. And so to access a value inside of A, you would do A and do 3 or 2. Well, guess what? When you call functions that use those as well, like mid, it can be a little bit confusing. Mid is actually a function. Current map is a array. So whenever I just throw willy-nilly parentheses in there, maybe it thinks that this is being accessed like an array, which is why I'm getting the subscript issue. It like blows my mind. Like, why didn't I think about this before? Because if you look up here, not necessarily in this. Oh, actually, yeah. Look right here. Delay 0.5. This is actually a subroutine. This is not a function. So you could not call this like that because it's a subroutine, not a function. But like to the end user, they are the same thing. And that's why I kind of switch back and forth. I just throw them out there. So I think this is actually supposed to not have the parentheses. I think that might be what I need to do. Let's see. Nope, never mind. Okay, I just said all that for no reason. Oh my gosh. Well, let's see. We can actually test this hypothesis by doing that. Oh my gosh. It's compiling. That was the issue. So the issue is the subroutine call was being used like a function, which makes the compiler think it's a an array. Oh my gosh, that's so stupid. But here's the problem with that. My problem is still that the emulator can crash. It's okay. It's okay. My problem though is that I need to actually get the returned value from this subroutine, which is like functions have returned values, subroutines don't. So whenever I look up hex to dec right here on this, oh my gosh, where's it at? I swear I just had something with it. Where is that at? And that's basic. The bits and byte. The bits and bytes func. Where is that at? Bits and bytes. Was that way back here? You actually need to find that. Bits and bytes library. And that's basic. Okay, it might be here, yeah. Yeah, look at this. This is used like a function. That's used like a function, which makes me think. Which made me think that it was a function, but this is a 2009 version. So it's probably a newer version that converted all the subroutines to functions. So if this doesn't return a value, I wonder if it takes a value and then an output value. So I have to do something like this. Dim output equals to or as integer. And then I have to do like output right here. And then current map equals to output. So we'll try that and see if it crashes. Incorrect number of function arguments. So what the heck? How do I do this then? Yeah, see, I told you. That's what I get for following documents, right? Like the only documents that exist for this library is right here. Like this is the only thing. And it's too up to date, but it's not outdated, but it's not up to date. And so it's like not consistent with what I'm expecting, and it's just no way to know what's right. So even whenever I know something's right, I could still be wrong, or like if I think something is wrong, I could be right. And yeah, it makes it to where it's a lot more experimental. Yeah. Okay. So how do I return? Let's see. I wonder if just basic subroutines return value. I wonder if there's a special way. Oh, wait. Maybe there might be. Okay, that's not helpful. Function procedures. What if I just do ns basic actually, and then do subroutine? Calling C subroutines from ns basic. I don't think that's what I want. Oh, that looks too new. Oh, actually, you might be right. You might be right, Triforce. Let me try that. Good. I am so glad that I'm streaming this. You might be right. So I put the parentheses to wrap the values. Okay, incorrect number of function arguments. I wonder if I could also do this. If I could just wrap all of it? Technically, that should... Ooh, maybe, I don't know. Syntax error. Well, you know what? You know what we can do? What we can do is yeah. Okay, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to do a message box, which is also, funnily enough, a subroutine, and I'll output tile, which is what's holding the like what we're converting. It's like the hexadecimal representation of the tile. I'll do this hex to dec, a subroutine, and then I'll message box it again, because it's possible that maybe this version converts it from a hexadecimal to decimal, but it takes the same string as input and output, and then I have to convert the string output of hex to dec, that's a dec string, and convert that to a decimal integer with a different function or a different subroutine. So I'll try that real quick and see what happens. Okay, so this is loading. Now I think it might crash though because of the current map. Like this is an invalid value, I think, 3. No, wait, no, I lied. That should be fine. That should be fine. Ah, thirsty. That crashed. Let's see. If I undo a lot of this, I can see what I used to have. No, I can't because I closed it. Dang it. There's a I need to fix a bug before I can load this, and so I need to figure out where that bug is. I think it's in not that. I think it's in after, or maybe, or after. Where do I instantiate this map for the very first time? I think what I'll do is this real quick. I will instantiate everything in current, not instantiate it, but I'll set everything to 0 or maybe 1, which should work. Variable already defined. Oh, see, now it tells me that there's a variable already defined. I don't really need that, so I'll just get rid of it. And I'm wondering if this is like a two-step process. Like, what is the result of tile if that conversion does anything? Man, 10, 10, 11, 10. If I'm gonna get that milkshake, I gotta go soon. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, why am I not reading the errors? Is it because I'm so sleepy? So this says unable to find the library bits and bytes lib.prc. Okay. So I wonder if it's a spelling mistake or something. What the heck? But just to double check, I will go through and then double check that. And if it can't find the library, I wonder if it's not importing it properly. And if maybe it's not importing it properly, it knows that the subroutine exists. It just doesn't know that the subroutine is defined as a function with a return value, which could be the reason the compilation is stopped. Okay, I'm gonna look this up. NS basic, unable to find library. I don't think it's gonna return anything useful, but we'll see. Oh. Wait. The installer needs to put the information into the registry. I wonder if I need to change this back from libr to dbim. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just try that to see, like, what is the purpose of putting PRC into resources, which is a library file, if it's not gonna actually carry over to the Palm Pilot. Man, I want that milkshake, man. I want to hurry up and get this done. Oh, look, it's still lowercase. Bits and bytes lib.prc. Why is it lowercase on that though? Like it's lowercase for some reason. Does this file exist? Okay. This is some weird stuff, man. This is some weird stuff. I feel like I can't even test something that I'm trying to test. Hey, it compiles though with the lowercase l. So what if I just leave lowercase l everywhere? I mean, I don't care if that's what it's called, but oh, actually, that's an uppercase L up there. Oh, oh, it's case insensitive, so it doesn't matter. I did see somewhere that the file's name have to match. Must match, maybe? Subroutine arguments must. Okay, that's not what I want. Oh, wait a minute. Look at this. This might be indirectly an answer to something we had to figure out earlier. Cat menu item as string. Okay, find cat food. Or find food type. No, never mind. I don't want to jump around too much, but why is this library not being found? I mean, I know why. It's because the Palm Pilot doesn't have it, but it should be carrying the Palm Pilot, like it should be carrying over to the Palm Pilot. Maybe he's wrong in another place. I don't know, man. This is the only place I use it. I'm gonna go ahead and do the BNB, call it BNB, and see what pops up. See what the error looks like after this. Okay, couldn't find it anywhere. And ooh, I want that milkshake, man. I want that milkshake. Man, can you imagine that I spent 1 hour, over an hour and a half at this point, trying to figure out why this subroutine wasn't working, and it was because it's a subroutine and not a function. Man, but why is the PRC not found? NS basic library not found. Oh my gosh, Library of Congress? Okay, so look, actually, whoa. Okay, so we can, okay, I can find bit in GADF, the sample project, I guess. Like I saw this earlier, and it says it's the sample for bits and bytes library, but it didn't have anything useful in it. But I'll go ahead and double check it. I think in the startup code it had some stuff, and I didn't look there. So we'll try that real quick and see what happens. If for some reason they have it configured a little bit differently, or maybe, you know what? Maybe I don't even need to put it into resources. Maybe because it's a resource that, excuse me, maybe because it's a resource that already existed on this computer, maybe I didn't need to like re-import it. Maybe that's the issue. So, it in GADG. Wait a minute. This is GADF, but this is GADG. 。 . 。 . 。 . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . Okay. So this might not be right, but whatever. No startup code. There is before and there is after. Oh. Literally nothing. Okay. After. Draw rectangle. Okay. Bitmaps. Gadget. Fired. Bitmap 3 code. Bitmap 2 code. Gadget 2. What is this even supposed to be? It and GADG. Okay, I'm running this. I don't know why this would be useful to anybody. Bitmap code. What kind of sample code is this? Gadget? What? This has nothing to do with the bits and bytes library. Why would they put this in here? It's literally one letter different. So I can't be upset if it doesn't have anything to do with what it's supposed like the other thing does. But why would you even make that a sample product or project anyway? Because it draws a bitmap and you can click on something? Like 4 other projects do that. No, I'm not gonna save it. Goodbye. Okay, let's look at this. And it says bits and gadif and samples, and it's included in NS Basic. And it's relatively an old article, 2006. I think the library I have might be 2006 because it's NS Basic 6. But okay, so a shared library has 2 components. Yeah, okay, I'll try that in a minute, Triforce. That's not a bad idea, just to remove it and see what happens. But it says right here, I'm gonna check this out. It has 2 components. So one is a file of the shared library. Okay, PRC, file must be downloaded and kept in the downloads folder within the, okay. The other is the information file, whose name ends in INF. These files are kept in the libs folder within the NS Basic POM install folder. Okay, I think that's like where the like functions and parameters for the functions are kind of named, and like the pointer to the function, kind of like a DLL or something like that. Admittedly, I don't know a whole lot about DLLs. But let's go with what you said, Triforce. Let's go ahead and just see what happens if I just remove that and see if I can just straight up use this library without anything special. Yeah, so I think this syntax is the syntax error 105 is telling me that nothing is like no data type or no variable name is named that. So yeah, not found. I'll get that out of here. I don't want to look at that. There are 2 versions of information files. Okay, well, that's handled for me. Dude, oh my gosh, I'm like drooling. I want that milkshake. Ah, a vanilla milkshake sounds super yummy right now. Okay, let's put this code back. I think for the sake of, brevity, for the sake of ending the stream, I'm going to see if I can actually manually install the PRC for this bits and bytes library and put it over onto the Palm Pilot by itself. And if I can, then perhaps it should just run. Like perhaps the error should go away. Maybe I can drag and drop it into here. Okay, so you all saw me do that. I dropped it in. I dropped that PRC in, but it has an uppercase L instead of a lowercase, so I don't know if that's okay or not. If anything, I think whenever I think if I distribute this app, I have to distribute the PRCs for the other libraries that I use. Like you have to distribute them all together. And I think what I'm doing with the resources is trying to compile them in. I hope not. Well, I mean, well, I wish I could do that. I would like to do that, like everything in one file. But yeah, I mean, I hope I figure it out. Is what I'm trying to say. More than 1 hour is not healthy of coding? Oh, 1 hour obsessing over one issue. Okay, I see. Okay, we'll try this and see what happens. Every time I open up a second copy of NS Basic, the first one is unable to compile. So I'm just gonna restart that real quick and see what happens. And then compile and run this. You know what, guys? I was wondering if, like, I was considering at one point, like, playing music while I stream. Is that something you guys get annoyed by? Like, if it's just like ambient noise or something like that? Let me know in the chat if you like that idea or if you don't like it. It's fine with me either way. Also, whoa, wait a minute. This actually didn't crash. Do you see this? Like it ran the program, which means as long as the file is on there, but it's not going to put it, like the IDE won't put it on there for me. Whoa, that's wicked. Look at that. Okay. So if I push up, what should happen? Let's see this real quick. I'm just going to look at these notes for circuit dude. 0 app closed. Open. Oh, capacitor button. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Oh, okay. YP. Oh, wait a minute. Look at this. Y poo. If I look at this, poopy is in this column. So why is it only finding the first character? Or maybe I don't even know what that is. Some encoding issue? Column properties. Oh shoot, how could I forget? Okay, this needs to be string. I don't know why. I think I changed that at one point as an example to show somebody earlier in the stream. Okay. So technically we have the bitmap drawing that I discovered yesterday at 4 a.m. working, but we actually want to get the levels drawn with the database data, which is right here. I spent a few moments converting to it, and now that the library is working, I should be able to use that to convert the data, but it wasn't working. I should take a look at that again. But now that the database is in the right format, maybe that'll give us some hints as to what's happening. 0f, that's good. Okay, that's not good. The string, null string passed. So what we're doing when you click this button is it will try to find the tile. I showed it, right? And you guys saw that when the message box appeared, it was 0f. It was 0f. But then it crashed on a second one, which I don't know if it was crashing on this line or this line. I mean, we could easily figure that out. I feel like we're so close. So close. Man, feel free to throw ideas out here. I feel like I'm stumped for a little bit. It might be because I'm looking at it a little too long, but I really feel like this library, like it makes sense why this would be a function and not a why it would be a function and not a subroutine. But the fact that it said that tile was empty, was null, concerns me a little bit. Like, did it convert tile to a string? Like, did this convert tile to a integer somehow? And then I tried to display the integer right here. And then because I tried to display the integer in a parameter that took a string with a subroutine, it was considered to be null. That doesn't make any sense to me. I don't think that sounds right at all. But then again, I also don't know why a subroutine that's supposed to calculate something and return something would be treated as like a method that doesn't return anything. Man, I would hate to admit defeat with this. You know what? I'm going to try to take a look at that INF file. I want to see if I can find that INF file anywhere. Oh, I found it right away. Oh wait, that's why it was saying that the... Look at this, look at this. Look at this. This says doclib.inf and then doclib.prc. The fact that the file names are the same doesn't surprise me at all. The extension is different. But look at this. Bits and bytes lib, bits and bytes lib. Now, the lib is capital L, but this lib is lowercase l. Do any of these other ones do that? I guess down here, these do that. But then whenever everything over here is uppercased, it's saying it can't find the lowercase one. It can't find bits and bytes with a lowercase l .prc. That never exists anywhere. The only time I've seen that lowercase l is in the INF file. So yeah, we might want to rename it, but that is what I would try. But the fact that we've already installed the PRC onto the emulator makes me think that it might break something, and I don't want to ruin that. But I do wonder if the INF file is like has a maybe a definition for the function that we're looking for, the hex to what is it? What's it called? Yeah, hex to dec. I wonder if look at this. It's described as a function. This is described as a function. Oh no, wait. Hex to dec. Oh, even better. Look at this. This is described as a function returning an integer, and it takes in a string. So I wonder if it's looking, it sees that it needs a library. It looks for the library file that is associated with it and can't find it because the lowercase name. Well, it says lib with lowercase on the variable extension name at the beginning. Where do you see that? Where do you see that? Here? Oh, right here. Oh, look, yeah, the PRC name too. Huh. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna open this up with VS Code instead of Notepad, so I can undo everything if I want to. Oh man. And we'll go ahead and replace everything, every occurrence of this. Oh, only 3. With the capital letter. Yeah. Oh wait. You know what? I'll be a little bit safer. I'll be a good boy. I'll make a backup real quick, and then I'll name this one capital, with a capital letter, and then replace it all. Yeah, dude, I wonder if this is throwing off. Maybe it looks inside the lib. Okay, maybe it's looking inside the PRC file to find all the subroutines, but it just knows that they're subroutines. It doesn't know how many input parameters and how many output parameters it has. And return values. There's only one in basic, but you know what I'm saying, right? So maybe it knows a little bit of the information, but because the INF and file name for the library is a little bit has a little bit of a discrepancy, it doesn't know all the information. So okay, and I'm gonna just run this as it is. No, maybe I should reset. Maybe I should restart the project. And I'm just gonna restart it real quick. Man, dude, this is like so fun, but also super frustrating. And see, it didn't complain about the subroutine. I don't know why I went ahead and compiled it. Gosh, I shouldn't have compiled it right away. I should have tried to change it to a function instead of the subroutine. Oh, look at this. What? Now it's saying it's unable to find the library with the uppercase lib. Oh wait, look, wait. Bits and bytes lib. Bytes has a lowercase b. This is so stupid. This is what the issue is. This is what the issue is. So let's rename this to B. Okay, continue. Reset. Let's see what happens when I do this. I think I might need to restart NS Basic so it can go through the INF files again, but maybe not. We'll see. I'm patiently waiting. Man, and the thing is about this compilation process is that it like converts these bitmaps every single time. I don't know what it's doing with it. Bits and bytes lib.prc. So I deleted a library a moment ago that was on my bits and bytes lib.prc. Bits and bytes lib. Huh. Yeah, they share the same name. I wonder if I need to drag this back in. Is the project past 15%? You know, if I could get this to draw the maps right, which I think this library is like super close to being finished. I would think the game would be at like 20%, maybe 25%, to be honest. I'll go update that real quick. There you go. Also, all the stuff that you see, like the stuff underneath me, the mixer stuff right there, is like a web page that I made, and I can like modify it anytime I start the stream up in OBS, as well as the volume died. Oh, yeah, sorry. Whenever I switched to the other stream, basically, I'm just bragging about how I did a lot of web stuff. So, sorry about that. Okay, so we're back here. We're back at this issue. Let's see what happens if I try to put this as it should be, as it's defined in the INF file. Okay, So I think, see, here's another thing that I thought about too. I think I can take the PRC file and move it to the local, like the root of the project file for this Palm Pilot game. I'll just toss it in. Oh shoot, I just clicked on something by accident. Yeah. I think I could just take these two things and toss them into this. And then select that. Close that, save it. There's some weird issue with the file names not updating, and that kind of gets me a little bit paranoid. Gets me a little paranoid. What if you use another method to convert hex to dec without using that library? Well, here's the thing, that the amount of functions that you're able to use is so incredibly limited. I can't find a single thing that lets me do that. I can't find any way to convert hexadecimal to what I want. I mean, I could sit there and write the functions myself, the subroutines, whatever you want to call it myself, but I want to take a shortcut, and apparently it's a 2-hour shortcut. No, actually the library has more stuff in it, like messing with, like, wait, is this loading? Did I click cancel? Oh, there we go. Oh, I was scared that I deleted my stuff. No, it has other stuff like reading bits and bytes on certain things, which would help with compression if I wanted to make it to where you can use Arduboy versions of maps and levels from the BitBoy. Now look at this. It's still using the. I'm just gonna remove entirely this resource. I'm gonna add a new resource, and I'm gonna give it the. Maybe this is what we need to do. Okay, now it's showing. Oh, what? How is it doing that again? Look at this. Well, I don't know how to zoom in on OBS, but look, like you can see bits and bytes lib all lowercase again. So that makes me wonder if this is defined anywhere. Like, where is this defined at? What if I try to run this? Yeah, so somehow this became lowercase again. Like the INF file is not being respected for some reason. Or maybe the other way around. Maybe the PRC. No, maybe not. Oh. You know what we could do though? What we could do is remove the resource and try to do what Tri4 said earlier, where we just load the library without it being referenced in the resources. Oh, look at that. It actually, it did what we thought it would. Okay, what did you say? Yeah, it's lowercase. What if you tried another, but that's the INF. What about the PRC? Yeah, I don't know about including the INF. I've never seen anybody mention that in any of the documents. I don't think that that's necessarily right. And whenever you try to add certain files, they get mangled for some reason sometimes. So I like a text file would get converted to something else. So I'm not sure an INF file would help. I think what I could do is, oh, wait a minute. There's a download folder. Hmm. So this download folder holds a lot of files that I've put onto the Palm Pilot in the past, like Circuit Dude, Bit and Gadg. Um, but I don't see the the bits and bytes library. I would figure that it would be put into that as well, but maybe they are put into the lib folder from somewhere else. And so it's overriding what we're putting in there or what we're putting into the project. Hmm. Nope. I don't know. Man, where is it getting this lowercase bits and bytes lib from? Like, what if I just search my entire computer for bits and bytes lib? Um, I'm gonna let that run over here. I'll come back to that in a minute and just see where it might be coming from. But maybe it's cached somewhere. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the library, which I've already done that. Maybe even remove the loading code and run it. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Save it, I mean. And then just restart completely. Maybe even restart the emulator. Delete that. Oh. And maybe it just needs a clean, complete, clean reset. Yeah, really weird, right? I mean, this is the kind of stuff that you come into contact with whenever you're working with like outdated technology all the time, which is fun. It's like a great investigation, but it's like fun for like a little bit and then it's like tedious. But then there's a point where like after a while it gets so frustrating, and then if you solve it finally after that, it can be fun again. But okay. Syntax error 108, BNB is not found. That's good. Use startup code, uncomment this out. Let's run this and see what happens. Okay, let's add the resource. Wait, add existing module. Oh, okay, that's something completely different. We'll get to that a few days from now, but bits and bytes lib.prc. It's still lowercase. Okay, this search hasn't found anything. Why is it lowercase? Okay. Hmm. Oh, wait a minute. What the heck? What incarnations? Oh yeah. So this is actually from 2007. Interesting. So these are some old docs that I've had for a while with this installation. I wonder if this will have something about the bits and bytes. The bits and bytes lib. Excellent. 2002. Maybe not. Never mind. Look at this. They also reference stuff as um as a function. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna check my phone. I've been doing this for like ever. Seems like I need to just set something real quick. All right, we Gucci. Yeah. So the bytes and bits lib that I have for handling bytes and bits literally is the same document from 2002 that I've been staring at that says. So this means that these need to be functions. They're defined in the INF as a function, but for some reason the IDE thinks it's a subroutine. Now I wonder if I can use something like call. There's a basic function called call, or it's actually a subroutine. A basic NS basic subroutine called call. And what you can use that for is for calling subroutines. But I wonder if you can call a subroutine as a function. So it would look like this: call, and then it would be bnb.hex to dec tile, maybe. But I wonder if that's what it needs to look like. Sub or function not defined. Huh. Wait, case is important? Oh yeah. The notes say that case is important, right? Where's that at? Case is important. Yeah. It's like if earlier it erased my like my I was like overriding, I was like shadowing variables because they shared names, and even though they were like lowercase and uppercase, it was case insensitive. But now it's saying case is important, which I'm pretty sure it is, but it's not being treated that way. Like this is okay. Watch. Look at this. Okay, perfect example. Bits and bytes lib includes the following files. Okay. The PRC, put it into your downloads of your device. But that bits and bytes lib is lowercase b. So it doesn't exist. It's right here. And earlier we were getting yelled at because it didn't exist. So I put it into the emulator, which put it into. Should have put it into here maybe? Okay, and then the INF has the same lowercase letter. Put that into NS basic lib, which is where this is, NS basic lib. And then put the PRJ into your projects. This is the sample. But I don't have this sample. There's an encryption test with additional encryption stuff. This does have a PRJ file. I wonder if I could open the PRJ and see. This is gonna be backup. We can open up this PRJ, which is basically a Palm Pilot project file, and see what they do. We'll see what they do with that, and if it runs, then it runs, and we can copy and piggyback off of it. But this is interesting. Call, sub, or function not defined. So I guess it. Wait. Sub or function not defined, but it's still. Is it still compiling? Wait. I'm. Oh, wrong one. How is this? Okay, I'm very interested in what's gonna happen. Unable to find bits and bytes lib. Dude, what the heck? Oh, I'm about to hit somebody. Just kidding. I'm not gonna hit anybody. Okay. Okay, let's put this over into the emulator. This PRC file, the library file. Whew. Bits and bytes lib. Bits and bytes lib.prc. Continue. Okay, reset, I guess. But I just dragged it into it. That's some weird stuff, right? Oh my, ooh. Okay, sub or function not defined. Let me just. So look at this. If a subroutine is in code or is in a code module or compiled before being used elsewhere in code, calling a subroutine can be done without the call keyword. So it says here that you can call a subroutine using the call function, or you can call a subroutine using the call subroutine. But the call subroutine is a subroutine, and the subroutine you're calling with the call subroutine is not a subroutine, it's actually a function. And for some reason, this says that it doesn't exist when I try to compile it, and then it says, oh, I don't care. I'm just going to work anyways. What? Oh my gosh. Save circuit dude. Yes, save him from all that he's going through. Okay. Okay, I reset everything, so it should the emulator should run whenever this is done compiling. Okay. I always have to compile it twice whenever I start. I don't quite understand why. The first time runs the emulator, and the second time compiles it and puts it into the emulator. So just like start, delay, and then put it in whenever it's started up. Unable to find the PRC. Oh. What the heck? Okay, it said it's installed. That's not what I meant to click. Man, that is super difficult because I have the library installed. Um, I'm dragging this over. Maybe I need to install this one for some reason. Unable to find the library. What did we do earlier to make it work? You will have nightmares with that library. That's true, man. That's true. But the thing is that this is the correct way to do it. Like this is what you're supposed to do, I guess. Like this is how you're supposed to do it. I mean, what I could do. If I could find a way to just convert us, like the whole reason why this is an issue is because I can't do a substring to a like a like get a character from a string, like a single character substring, and then turn that into a character, or to get the value of it, or do anything with it. Like without a library like this, I can't do anything. So what I think I'm gonna do before giving up is I will go ahead and extract all the stuff that's in this example project file and just see what happens. And see if it loads. so it does load. It does not look like it. It doesn't look like it uses anything special for the library name. EDL? Oh, load library. Bits and bytes lib. EDL, look at that. Do you see that? Reinstall everything. That's a good suggestion. Thank you. Okay. This says bits and bytes lib with bits and lib underscored. I have a theory, Triforce. Hear me out. Hear me out. The INF file is loaded whenever the NS Basic program is loaded. It has a reference for every library, and whenever I try to load that library, it looks for one that shares the same name. This is underscore and underscore. It relates to the INF because that's how it's defined in the INF, but not at the file name because it doesn't match file name. But lowercase in the INF. And because of that, it somehow magically finds the descriptions for the functions in there. Because if you look here, it uses the EDL reference name, load library, bits and bytes lib, EDL. Here, you see EDL dot and then a function name with the parentheses around it. NB true. I don't know what that means. In not bad, true, true, okay. Okay, so let's try. And this also compiles and runs too. So I am curious about what this reference file looks like though. So I'm just gonna open that up real quick and see if I can see anything special in VS Code real quick. And what is it called? Bits and bytes lib. Okay. I don't know what this is. It's a reference file for whatever reason, I guess. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and do this too. I'm gonna call it bits and bytes lib. And remember the thing said, this specifically said that the way you spell it in case is important, right? So maybe he said case was important, but he put the wrong case in the example, and this is the proper case. You know, actually, I take that back. I haven't actually run this example yet. Okay. I'm just gonna take the bits and bytes library. And I think I'm gonna take that and put it into download, the download folder. I don't know. Restart this. Hey, thanks for checking out my stream, guys. I know that there's a few more people who just joined, and I just want to say thanks for checking it out. I'm trying to convert an Ardu Boy game. Never mind. I'm trying to convert an Ardu Boy game to Palm Pilot. This came out a few years ago. It's Arduino based. It's got a black and white screen, 32 kilobytes of memory. This is like 2002, 2003, circa, maybe even earlier. Two of my favorite game systems or electronic devices, and I'm just taking one game that's new, converting it to old, and running into a whole lot of issues with the like libraries being out of date or wrong, documents being vague and unhelpful, and then a lot of information just missing from the internet. And then on top of that, software incompatibilities and random crashes. So if you like investigations and stuff and looking into this kind of interesting, old, forgotten, obscure tech, stick around, guys, and be sure to subscribe on YouTube and follow me on Twitch, or if you're on Mixer, that way as well. I'm just starting out. This is my second stream, so I'm trying to make it a little bit more entertaining and more fun, and for people who don't really know how to program, a little bit more insightful. It's kind of something that's been forgotten over the last few years, so to be able to like work on a Palm Pilot. And I ran into the issue again. Okay. So the library is not installed, unable to find it. Soft reset. Let's just reset it. There's no reason why this is like this. I put the library here. Unable to find the file. Bits and bytes lib.prc. Man, I'm kind of getting burnt out a little bit of this because simply because the library is not working the way it should. I mean, even with the sample project, it's getting to a point where like the libraries aren't appearing inside the emulator, and then it crashes. I could just load the emulator straight from, there we go, without the involvement of the without the involvement of the IDE. Maybe that will be helpful. Let's see. Still can't find it. You know what? I may have caused this issue. I could have brought this one all on myself. Let's try to go back to a more simpler time. Let's blow this away and rename this for whatever reason to how it was supposed to be. Man, I thought we were making progress. But you're right, like it really is like a mess whenever you have uppercase and lowercase just thrown all over the place willy-nilly. Oh my gosh, that somehow made it work. Okay, so back to the theory that we could possibly load up Circuit Dude. Remove this as a resource. Use startup code. Change this to lowercase to match. And then run it. Syntax error. Oh, shit. I mean, shoot. There we go. Okay, that's not as scary as I thought. I actually don't want to cuss on stream at all. I want to be very nice and cordial and polite, I guess. Not necessarily professional, just I'm not playing Fortnite and I'm not playing Minecraft, so I don't need to cuss. Okay, so watch. So the library is supposedly loaded. Okay. Okay, it's loading the map. Back to where we were at. We were able to use hex2deck using this call subroutine with the parentheses. True. Thank you. Okay, so here's what I think is going to happen. If I push the up button right here, I think it'll crash after I click OK. I think it'll crash because it'll try to do this. Because it'll try to evaluate this right here, and it'll be converted to like the number 15, and then it's going to try to call 15 like as a subroutine, like a pointer to memory somewhere, 15, whatever that might be. Okay. Oh, look at this. Okay, that was a good theory. Now, if that theory is correct, then that leads credence to this theory being correct. That this should compile now because it properly knows that this is a function instead of a subroutine. No, it doesn't. I think I went back in like a whole circle on this. But, at least we have an example file of it working. Like, how did this work? Like, bits and bytes lib worked. This one did not. But what I can do, I guess, is just look up anywhere it uses EDL. Oh. Current project. Okay. Set DS key. So that's a function right there. That's a subroutine though. That could just be defined differently somewhere else. Okay, so that's the end. Actually, it makes me wonder because I tried searching earlier and I think I may have missed. I think I just searched for module instead of project. Okay. What if I change this to EDO? That sounds stupid, but maybe. Whenever I look at the folder that contains those files, I wonder if Well, come on. I wonder if I could toss this in. I don't know what that's used for. I don't need encryption. I'll just get rid of stuff I don't need, actually. I'll get rid of that and that. Even this, I don't need that temporary file. And I'll close out of that. This is like a big puzzle, but the puzzle is being assembled in the dark and by a dog. And you're trying to yell at it from inside of a cage how to put the puzzle together. Hmm. Ah, dang it. Somebody gave me the suggestion earlier of just reinstalling everything and starting over. I think what I'm going to do is I'll probably end the stream right now, 12:30, which means I've been streaming for 5 hours. And 2 of those hours pretty much have been dedicated to 2.5 hours have been dedicated to figuring out how to convert hexadecimal to decimal. So unfortunately, I'm going to leave this here, but I want to go get that milkshake really bad. I'm going to leave it here, but whenever I'm away, I'm going to try to go ahead and go through these other example files and kind of take it and condense it as much as I can. Like, for instance, can I do edl.hex to decimal and then like 0f? If I can do that in this file, why can't I do that? And obviously it's compiling, so it was able to do it. Oh, actually, anyways, I'll figure that out at some point. I made great progress. Well, I thank you. I appreciate that. I don't feel like I did. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, I don't think I did in terms of this project. But when it comes to like doing something that nobody's done for like 10 years or 15 years, like, yeah, this is a lot. So I appreciate the support, guys. Y'all are Triforce, Zatasaur, other people that are checking out the stream. I appreciate that, and I appreciate your constant engagement in the chat. But I'm gonna leave it off here. For anybody else that's just checking out, I was trying to convert a game from Arduboy to the Palm Pilot. Unfortunately, ran into some library issues. I'm gonna try to stream more of this process. So this was only the second stream. I'll be back on Tuesday night, 7:30 Central Time. But if you don't know what time that is, and you want a heads up or something, you can follow me on like Twitter underneath, like right there. And or you can subscribe to me on YouTube or Twitch, whatever platform you're on. I'd really appreciate it because, you know, like I said, I'm new to this, so I don't really know what people are looking for. I don't really know what people are interested in. So the constant engagement, the reinforcement is great, and I'm in the same time zone. Perfect. No excuse to not come watch. Yeah, I appreciate it. I'm gonna mess with this a little bit more. Um, let's see. There was one or two more things. No, I guess that's it. Just, you know, I appreciate you guys that are sticking with me through this. So I'm gonna leave this off here. But I hope everybody has a great night, and if you can, go get a milkshake too, because they're awesome. So, bye. Thank you so much. Wait, how do we do this? How do I stop it? Oh no.